Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to National Cycling Centre. This is the FA National Futsal Series Tier 1. We are counting down to game 1 here. London Helvecia taking on Bloomsbury Futsal. That game will be kicking off at 10 AM.
Our team's just going through their final preparations. We are counting down to kick off here at the National Cycling Centre.
Hello and a very warm welcome to the National Cycling Centre in Manchester for live action from the men's Tier 1 of the FA National Futsal Series. We have 4 games on the card for you today, and up first it's London Helvecia taking on Bloomsbury. There you can see the 4 fixtures in store today. Following this game we will have Bolton and Loughborough students. After that it will be Wessex against Manchester, and to round off today's games, York Vikings up against Hartpury. I'm Isaac Barrington here in the commentary box to take you through today's games, and delighted to say joining me today is Louis Melville. Louis, really good to have you here. Looking forward to all 4 games today.
Yes, good morning Isaac, good morning everyone. Yep, tremendous day of futsal ahead of us, and we start with an absolute top level game against London Helvecia and Bloomsbury, and I think we've got Enrique Guillen returning to the coaching area, and it'll be fascinating to see how he sets the team up today against a Bloomsbury team who seem to be ploughing their way through to the title here at the moment.
Yeah, just looking at the stats pre-match, Bloomsbury with 50 goals scored. That's double how many times London Helvecia have managed to find the net so far this season. I have to say that they're favourites going into the game. Bloomsbury really flying high at the top of the table this season.
Yeah, I think also the other aspect of this you've got to look at is Bloomsbury defensively. We talk about what an attacking team are, but when you look at their last 5 or 6 games, they beat York 11-0, Bolton 7-0, York 4-0, conceded 2 against Wessex, and that 7-0 drubbing of Helvecia. So they've conceded only 5 goals this season. So despite, as I said, all the attacking play, they defensively and out of possession are a very, very hard team to break down. And you've mentioned Helvecia, who have only scored 25 goals this season. So that's going to be one of the fascinating aspects of today's game, I think, to see how Helvecia can try and breach this Bloomsbury defence.
Yeah, and you mentioned that reverse fixture between the teams. London Helvecia will be looking to get revenge for that, as the 2 teams once again come head-to-head here at the National Cycling Centre in Manchester. Good venue for this, it's inside the cycling track. Looking forward to all 4 fixtures. Bloomsbury with a chance here to extend their lead at the top of the table to 4 points before Manchester will be in action later today. London Helvecia will look to cement the gap between themselves and the chasing pack below. It is, of course, the all-important battle for the top 4 come the end of the season. That's what everyone's fighting for.
I think when you look at those positions, Isaac, London Helvecia, they ended up 4th last season, and top, and they played Bloomsbury, who were in the 4th position. So it kind of, they don't want to really be in that position again, do they? So it's for Helvecia, it's really important that they try and get this win to lift them out 4th position if they can, and close down on 2nd or 3rd.
Yeah, well, we are just awaiting the arrival of the 2 teams onto court, and then we will be ready to get today's first game off and underway. And Helvecia with Enrique Guillen back on the touchline today. He takes the reins of them again. Has been involved with their women's team in recent weeks, but has been stepped aside from the men's coaching role. He is back today. And here come the 2 teams onto court. It's London Helvecia who will arrive in the blue, and Bloomsbury in their gold and black. Immediately you can see there Ivan Dew back for London Helvecia. What a big role he could have to play. Let's have a look at how the 2 teams line up then. London Helvecia, they start with Dimar Lahoz in goal. Eduardo Tijerin has the captain's armband on still. Charlie Coohan, Claudio Ribeiro and Denison Moreira make up the rest of their starting team. The substitutes for Enrique Guillen's side today are Doug Reed, Ivan Dew, Ruben Santos, Camilo Restrepo, Sak Hassan and Evgeny Barsakov. For Bloomsbury then, Juan Tapia Owens starts with, once again, Johnny Sim between the sticks in goal. Jared Basquet, Ollie Jones, Geordie Dickforth and Logan Wisniewski are the rest of their starting 5. The substitutes are the substitute goalkeeper, Jack Walsh, Russell Goldstein, Richard Ward, Teresa Tonye, Connor Miller, Eduardo Amarim and Sam Smith. Your referees for today's game are both here representing the FA of Ireland, Mark Patchell and David Berry. The timekeeper is Harvey Newstead. How important is it then, Louis, that these two teams get off to a really strong start here, do you think?
Well, I think definitely for Bloomsbury, that's something that Johnny Tappert-Owens always speaks about, is how they start the game. It's going to be interesting to see how Helvecia approach this defensively, whether they're going to go and step onto them and press them from the start, or whether they just play a little bit more conservatively just to see how Bloomsbury approach this game. But I do expect Bloomsbury to really go for this. You mentioned about their top goal scorer, Eddie Amarim, off camera, and he's certainly been a tremendous player. I think for me, he's one of the most exciting players in this league, and he's got so much ability on the ball. He understands the game, he's getting better at the game, and I think that his potential is huge.
Yeah, 12 goals so far this season in the 8 games played for Eduardo Amarim of Bloomsbury. He starts from the substitutes bench today. As we just saw the two captains there coming together in the centre circle. Tiherin with the armband on for Helvecia, and Richard Ward, the skipper, for Bloomsbury. Big win last time out for Bloomsbury, 11-0. They ran out winners over York, and 6-1. London Helvecia won their last cup game against Bloomsbury's development team. But the league business, they were pegged back to a 3-3 draw against Loughborough Students. They would have been very disappointed with that, the way in which they were 3 goals up and were pulled back by Helvecia. It was some second half comeback. Helvecia here will have to respond to that. So we are ready to begin then. London Helvecia kicking from left to right as we look at it from the main camera position in this first half. And it's Paddy Ribeiro who gets the ball rolling. Immediately from the offload, you can see Helvecia trying to maintain possession. They're giving the ball away there to Basquer. First shot for goal, and it's wide.
Yeah, they've just got to be very careful there. Clearly, Bloomsbury are going to step onto them straight away, and it's going to be important that Helvecia maintain their composure in these situations.
And Bloomsbury looking to press high to win the ball back, as ever. It's a lofted ball in the middle third. It's out of play from attacking kicking. But Bloomsbury always applying that press, always trying to make it hard higher up the court. I think that'll be a feature of today's game, as it always is for Bloomsbury.
And this is one area of the game where Enrique Guillen is really strong on, is the set pieces, especially from this sort of distance, about 10-12 metres from goal.
So Dennison places the ball down on the line. It's set short for Tiherin, but blocked away from the first Bloomsbury defender. All the way back with the Helvecia goalkeeper. Dennison under pressure there. Manages to wriggle away from Ditfort. Cohen, former Bloomsbury player, of course, made the move mid-season to join London Helvecia.
I mean, this is a really aggressive start here by Bloomsbury, just giving Helvecia no space at all in the court.
Mahoz tried to find Captain Tiherin there, but out of play on the far side, and Bloomsbury can build again. Helvecia here, on the other hand, just dropping off a little, allowing Bloomsbury more space. Bloomsbury kicking. Referee begins the 4-second count, and Basquer takes it all the way across, but it's cut out. Ribeiro might be away here for Helvecia. Ribeiro forced wide. Tiherin trying to round the goalkeeper. Back it goes there to Ribeiro. Helvecia still with the pressure on. It's a good block away, and an important one from Ditfort. Helvecia there looking to try to transition and hit Bloomsbury on the counter.
Really good break there, but I think Ribeiro, it looked like he changed his mind. He was going to take the shooting opportunity. He had the opportunity to play wide, but I think maybe the shot was on there.
Tiherin. Dennison. Ball to Tiherin again, but it's been cut out by Ollie Jones with the number 6 shirt on. Back in looking for Ditfort, but again it's Ribeiro who nips in. Ribeiro away from the first defender. Tiherin to the left. Ribeiro might go alone this time. Drags the shot wide. That time Louis Wessex did try to take the shot on, but not precise enough with the finish.
Yeah, gets his body really well in front here and cuts inside, and then he's got support on the outside but doesn't need it this time, thinks he's going to go all the way and almost produces the goal.
Yeah, wasn't too far off. Managed to wriggle free of the first couple of Bloomsbury defenders. Long diagonal pass forward there to the captain, Richard Ward. First couple of minutes played. It's been a fairly lively start. It's a game which we expected to perhaps burst into life, and it looks like it might do. Vasquez all the way across for the volley. Oh, it's against the woodwork. Agonisingly close there for Bloomsbury. Stays at 0-0.
Oh, Richard Ward, I think this is his 6th game of the season, and he's got 11 goals from, so he's clearly a goal threat this season as well, and almost producing one there.
Yeah, there was no pressure on Richard Ward there as he took the volley on. Good delivery, very close to thundering that one into the back of the net. There's a chance here at the other end for Helvecia. Cullen trying to wriggle his way through past his former teammates, but Ollie Jones takes control of the situation. Vasquez, Ribeiro's there, forward though from Wisniewski. It's not controlled by Ward on the far side, and Helvecia can breathe again.
I think Jared Vasquez wanted the foul there, but it looked okay to me. I'm not sure that was a foul.
Bouncing ball there for Lahoz to deal with, just took a bobble, which seemed to make things problematic for the Helvecia experienced shot stopper. Had to play second fiddle for a long time to Mark Croft when he was with London Helvecia, but has very much been given his opportunity towards the back end of last season and this season as well. Demar Lahoz. And we're in there up to Miller. Have to touch off Connor Miller though. Lahoz is again forward here, but Miller is trying to keep Doug Reed camped in high. Reed manages to feed it through to Ribeiro, but he's then lost out. It is Walsh. The tackle, and Helvecia get the kick in again.
This is definitely a tactic that Helvecia have used quite a bit, where they use the goalkeeper as goalkeeper support. Right, it's not exactly a fly keeper, but definitely looking to use him as an extra player to get out.
Yeah, and they look to use Lahoz again there to escape, but Tiharin took it upon himself. Venison. Reed just checks back. First foul of the game. And still Reed there is taken to ground.
But you can, Isaac, you can hear in the background, you can hear Johnny Tappet-Owens pressure all the time. No doubt that's a foul.
Yeah, it certainly was. London Helvecia will have the opportunity again from this set piece. A free kick this time. Benison stands behind it and will hit it left-footed, but only against the one-man wall of Miller. So they're in there into Ribeiro. Amarim, good challenge that time, and Amarim has come away with the ball too. Amarim then sees his effort blocked behind. Good positive play though, they're driving forward.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to coach Eddie Amarim at St Mary's, and he technically top class player, really positive, really humble person as well, but works hard at his game, and he knows he can be better and better, and that's his approach all the time. How can I be better next time?
Walsh here with the kick in for Bloomsbury again. Ward was lurking as an option. Tried to use Russell Goldstein for a setback for Amarim. Ward was more of a decoy for the potential volley there, which Helvecia were potentially more alert to. It didn't come the way of the Bloomsbury skipper that time.
I think Helvecia had a little bit of an escape there. Russell Goldstein, brilliant position to take up.
Amarim trying to advance forward down the left this time, but the last touch did just come back off him. 4 minutes played now, it's still goalless. Closest either side have come to opening the scoring was that Richard Ward volleyed opportunity, which crashed against the woodwork. The tackle to hold up Camilo Restrepo. Helvecia have a kick in again. Cross for the strike to goal, but again it's blocked and doesn't reach the goal of Johnny Sim. Teherin. Now Restrepo. Just maintaining possession here, Helvecia. Well held up by Goldstein. Good defending.
Yeah, some excellent defensive play there from Bloomsbury. I think Helvecia probably had 10-12 passes there and probably travelled 2 or 3 metres forward. So the organisation at the moment of Bloomsbury is really top class, and Helvecia is struggling to break through.
Again, Lahoz forward as an option on the far side from the kick-in. Forward it comes though here to Dennison, good challenge. And the rim that time with the tackle, timed it right. Restrepo trying to wriggle away from Richard Ward. There's Dennison again. Dennison trying to find the diagonal for Teherin. Santos and Ivan Ju both still waiting in the wings for London Helvecia at the moment. As Amarim comes forward once more. Amarim inside, gets the shot away, but wide of the goal that time. Take a look again at the replay. Did well to work the shooting angle.
Yeah, it's a great little run in there by Ryan Walsh to just take the defender out of the picture to open it up. And ideally, that's what we want. We want players running across there, a screen or a fake block to try and just open up that space so we can cut in on the right-hand side there.
Changes as well there for Tapir Owens and Bloomsbury. Toulouse Tonye is on. Across here to Basquet. Basquet, though, has given the ball away. It could be a 3v2 here for Helvecia. It's Santos freshly onto court and was maybe caught in 2 minds as to whether to shoot for goal or find Restrepo at the back stick, but in the end didn't end up doing either. Good opportunity that, as it was a 3v2.
Yeah, I think he just miscued that really. I think he was going for the shot, just miscued it.
Jones, the warning signal there for Helvecia. For Bloomsbury, I should say, I beg your pardon. As Helvecia came forwards. Hoz dishes that one long. Off the head of Conor Miller.
I think Enrique Guillen will be quite happy. They've negotiated this first 5 minutes and it's 0-0 and they're trying to establish themselves in the game.
Nice setback from Ruben Santos as Helvecia trying to work a kick in, which we've seen from them in recent weeks, making use of Ruben Santos over on the far side from one which the kick in was taken. There's a strip up against Miller. His footwork down the line he goes. Just overran the ball though, and we'll restart from Johnny Sim.
I think there was a half-hearted glance at the referee there for the foul, but I don't think that the referee was having that one.
Miller, good pivot play to hold off the defender. That'll be a corner. He's been a really good addition to the Bloomsbury squad this season, Conor Miller, after joining from Wessex in the summer.
He brings a lot of experience, Northern Ireland international. And again, he's one of those really honest players. I saw him train down at Wessex, and contributes all the time, and a real team player.
What can Bloomsbury here work then from this corner? Basquet lofts it across again, this time for Miller to strike. Needed saving.
Yeah, that was a horrible one for Lahoz. It just bounced in front of him, and he did the right thing there in trying to catch it, just get it out of play.
Yeah, Ruben Santos just turning his back a little maybe on the shot. Another corner again, which again goes into Miller, but that was hard for him to control. Tonye gets his head to it. Time to play on the far side.
And and Helvecia there transitioning really quickly from the goalkeeper catching the ball. They were off straight away.
Set back this time for Teherin. Restrepo will turn. Restrepo managed to get the shot away as well. It was a fairly comfortable save for Sim, but it was a good turn to open up the opportunity to shoot. Battle for possession in the middle third of the court. Basquet comes away in possession. All the way back to the goalkeeper Sim, and he opts to just send it long, and seems to be more of a reset than anything else. Bloomsbury again there trying to pounce on the short distribution from Lahars as the goalkeeper.
They haven't really been able to exploit that opportunity with the goalkeeper, and they've effectively made that into a 2 versus 2 by taking the goalkeeper out.
Helvecia with their goalkeeper back now. The referee obliges in awarding the foul. A yellow card, I think, is going to come out here as well. The way of Bloomsbury's number 9, Toulouse Tonye. He's cautioned for that. Actually, he might have given it.
I think that was for simulation.
Yeah, indirect free kick for simulation. Yeah. It looks as though the.
Yeah, I've just heard the referee say indirect free kick, so that looks like that was for simulation.
Yeah, the yellow card has not gone against Tonye, and indeed gone the way of the Helvecia man. So Bloomsbury have the opportunity to restart from that. Interesting to see again on the replay. So Tonye spared the yellow card, and Restrepo instead the man cautioned. Here though Helvecia on the attack again. Miller up to Basquet. Basquet shifts the angle, good ball. Just not quite the finish that time.
That was a great opportunity there, but they just worked their way through. Here we're seeing the yellow card. Yeah, clear simulation there.
Yeah, tried to deceive the referee on the far side, but to the credit of the first official, Mark Patchell, he was having none of it and brought the yellow card out. Correct decision.
And we've still got 3/4 of the game to go, so Restrepo just has to watch himself here now.
Takes that one back. Here's Denison across to Santos again, but he's held up by Basquet. Basquet might be away here for Bloomsbury. It's Jared Basquet. He's blocked away initially, still though an opportunity on the follow-up. And eventually Helvecia can clear. There we see the threat of Jared Basquet as he tried to pounce on an error from Santos.
Good work from Lahars there to come straight out and to shut the angle down for him.
Yeah, I think it was a combination of Lahars and Charlie Coogan in the end that managed to divert the ball away from goal. Dickfort and Amarin both back on now for Bloomsbury. Here's Ribeiro in possession. Held up though, and that one will be a yellow card for the foul, and Claudio Ribeiro isn't going to get away with that.
What we see here is Bloomsbury really working hard, and when the opportunity comes, they'll put 2 players onto one. They shut the passing lines off, and then they're able to close that off and nick the ball away. And it seems to be working for them at the moment. The investment of the pressure that Bloomsbury are putting into this game is certainly giving them the upper hand at the moment.
Well, we've played nearly 9 minutes now. Still 0-0. Bloomsbury perhaps with an opportunity to work something from this set piece then. Connor Miller, the obvious option as he stands behind it. Struck direct to goal and blocks away out again for another Bloomsbury set piece. This time a kick in. That latest foul takes us on to 1 apiece on the foul count.
Again, good defensive work there by Richard Ward.
Here is Ward again, but challenged that time by Restrepo. It's taken back for Geordie Ditfort. Ditfort again, bouncing forward over halfway. Ward to Ditfort, Ditfort! It breaks kindly in the end for Lahos, but Bloomsbury knocking on the Helvecia door again, Louis.
Yeah, it appears that a goal is going to be coming shortly for Bloomsbury because they're starting to work these angles really well, but good recovery again there from Helvecia to keep them out.
Cohen. Forward in search of Ribera, but it runs all the way through.
So we see again with Johnny Sim on the ball and Helvecia dropping right off, not prepared to really go much higher to press them.
Yeah, it's a cat and mouse situation with Helvecia trying to draw Bloomsbury forward, being afforded the space inside their own half of the course. Bloomsbury that time gifting possession back to London Helvecia.
Again, they shut the angle off to Lahos.
And he retreats back now to Herin. Back with Cohen. Trying to work it up to Ribera, but again it's intercepted. Johnny Sim in the Bloomsbury goal hasn't really been called into action as of yet. It's probably testament to the good defensive work that Bloomsbury have put in to keep Helvecia at bay. Herin, lead away though by Amarim. Interesting watch this one so far. No goals though. Ellison over the top, trying to find Ribera, but just overcooked the pass. Same situation again with London Helvecia retreating and Claudio Ribeiro at the top of their half-court press. Neither side have been able to find the breakthrough as of yet. Will it come soon though?
I think right now, Helvecia are probably happier to play at this tempo than Bloomsbury. I think Bloomsbury in possession probably need just to lift this tempo a little bit when they get possession of the ball.
Will be a kick in rather than a restart from the Helvecia goalkeeper. So the Hols will move over onto the far side again. I'm sure Bloomsbury will look to shut off that angle again. So Herin this time does go across to the Hols. They work their way out via Ribeiro. Set back by Cohen, and Herin was arriving. He's asking the question of the referee on the far side as to whether that should have been a corner.
I think in that situation, Lahos actually dropped a little bit deeper to offer the angle up. On the other occasions, he's been going really high, almost to the halfway line, to shut himself off. So finally, they managed to get some success with that tactic.
Forward in search of Miller, but good defensive work from the former Bloomsbury man, Charlie Cohen. Lahoz that time rolls short for Tiherin, and he's done well to in his 1v1 with Miller. Back to Tiherin. And now Simi is called into action, had to make the stop. Miller might be away on the counter. There's a man to the right as well here for Conor Miller. Opted to take the strike on a loan. Goldstein up to Miller, round the corner. Oh, it's against the post. And the goal's been shifted. And the game will have to stop. The ball's out of play anyway. But very close there for Bloomsbury.
Yep, opportunities at both ends. Conor Miller just got turned sideways, and that allowed the opportunity for Helvecia to attack. But then the counter-attack, so close there from Helvecia, as from Bloomsbury. Great work from Bloomsbury to create that opportunity.
Kicking here left for Miller. The referee might have just disrupted things a little. Corner ball. It all did come from that Helvecia opportunity when Johnny Sim had to make the save to deny Tiherin. It was the counter-attack which nearly proved to be the route to goal for Bloomsbury in the end. Miller on the volley. Corner again. Pascal will deliver once more, and again it's a high ball into the danger zone. Here's Ribeiro though on the counter now for Helvecia down the other end. Basquet was the block. Miller, runners both left and right. Goes right for Goldstein. Goldstein across the face of goal, and it's turned away. Right in the goalmouth area, Charlie Coombe was there.
Yeah, momentarily there they had a 3v2 situation. And that diagonal pass just couldn't quite get to the second post.
Ribeiro after it, but he won't be able to catch that one. Just over 7 minutes now left in this first half. Still 0-0 between London Helvecia and Bloomsbury in the opening game of the day in the men's tier 1 of the National Futsal Series. Wisniewski there across to Goldstein. Oh, it's short though, and here's Ribeiro. Oh, it's in! Claudio Ribeiro seizes upon the opportunity, and Helvecia here lead.
Yeah, Russell Goldstein, that pass across the court was picked off and absolutely smashed in by Ribeiro, and probably the first critical mistake Bloomsbury have made of the morning, and they paid for it heavily.
Yes, they certainly have. Russell Goldstein with a really poor pass at the back, a loose ball. I think the referee here just wants a word with London Helvecia over the nature of the celebrations, perhaps, and an apology from Ivan Ju. Helvecia won't care too much. They are one to the good. And as you said, Louis, probably the first mistake that Bloomsbury have made today. A big error it was, and a big error pounced upon. Excellent finish though from Ribeiro. And just spilling over a little, the referee's given the free kick Helvecia's way. Miller being helped back to his feet. Didn't quite catch it there, I think, on the replay. That was the coming together in the aftermath. Yellow card shown to Conor Miller, so he joins both Ribeiro, the goal scorer, and Camilo Restrepo in the referee's notebook.
I think this is the time of the game where you just want calm heads now, and yes, they're one goal down, Bloomsbury, but it's not. This is not a fatal part of the game yet.
Hassan, he's been dispossessed there though by Basquet. Basquet past the first defender, and Basquet scores. Well, Helvecia's lead didn't last long at all. Jared Basquet robbing Hassan of possession and taking advantage at the other end. 1-1.
Yeah, great response there. Not sure about the goalkeeper's position there, because I think he was anticipating the play across him, and Basquet slotted it past him, but that is a fantastic response from Bloomsbury, and we're level again.
Yeah, I think you're right, Louis. Just tried to maybe anticipate the second post ball or cutback there, the Helvecia goalkeeper Lahoz. In the end, it just snuck past him at the near post. Good response though.
And the ball almost broke there to Richard Ward. Just didn't fall in front from kindly, but as you say, a really good response from Bloomsbury.
Back level then, 1-1. Set for Amarim. Hassan sees it taken away from him again. And Hos will restart. Reed can't go back to the goalkeeper. Did check back that way, but in the end plays the ball back to one of his outfield teammates, and Hassan is fouled.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a sloppy foul there from Richard Ward. I'm not sure he quite needed to do that, because the pressure was on and he could only go backwards, Hassan. So I'd imagine Johnny Tapiones won't be too happy with that one.
Yeah, and that one takes Bloomsbury on to 3 fouls now, as we move into the final 6 minutes of this first half. That one was allowed to continue initially, but the subsequent coming together was then added to the count, and Bloomsbury will have a free kick.
I think he may have just clipped the back of Amarim's Achilles heel there. That's why he was just feeling it.
This is Sam Smith wearing the number 18 shirt. Across here to Amarim. Amarim just turned away there. Might have been a trailing arm which caught the Bloomsbury man in the face. It will be a free kick again. Seemed to spin away as though it might have been a trailing arm. Three each on the fouls. Lahol's happy with the alignment of his one-man wall this time, but Ward will go for goal anyhow. Bloomsbury corner. Again, it's over onto the far side for the volley. Bloomsbury definitely tried to work that from their corner set pieces. That's 3 times, I think, now today that they've tried to work that big volley corner.
Yeah, Conor Miller is also someone who they involve in that type of corner, so he's setting himself up here now.
That time instead it goes short for Ward. Trying to find space in between the Helvecia defensive setup that time. Miller advancing forwards, good challenge though. That time from Reed.
It's a good spell of pressure here from Bloomsbury, and I know one thing Johnny Tapio does is he does work a lot on these set pieces.
Miller takes that one back to Amarim. Ward breaks back, but kindly for the Helvecia goalkeeper. Opts that time to send it long, and it's no risks taken around the Bloomsbury goalkeeper as he came out to head that one away. Loughborough, Helvecia's goal scorer, looking to try to work his magic again. Forced wide though, to the corner of the court. Ward's done really well to dispossess him, but then might have run into traffic himself. Managed to offload to the right.
Good skill there from Ward. Kept the ball really close to his body and used his body well to get himself out of trouble.
He is again in possession. Last touch that time though, bouncing back off Richard Ward. Ward there being replaced by Basquet, the man who scored the equaliser to bring us back to 1-1. Lahol's advancing forward into the attacking half. Lahol's gets the shot in as well, but it was blocked in close proximity by Amarim.
I think that's the first time where Bloomsbury haven't been able to stop that ball going in. The first line of defence there was a little bit too over to the right-hand side of the court, and that allowed that to happen.
Reed will go for goal. Oh, it's against the post. Well, the woodwork now has been struck at either end. Very close for Helvecia. Set short there though, and it was a mistake by Tiharin. Uncharacteristic of him. Basquet still there, so is Jones. Jones across to Basquet, back for Jones. And it's saved well by Lahoz. Well, it's all action at the moment, that will be a foul. But again, chances at either end.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll just have a look at this. Like Doug, it was probably a very good save actually from Johnny Sim. And then this opportunity where he runs into trouble. And then the pass across there, just couldn't quite flick it through to him, but a great save. And then the foul.
Yeah, well, both goalkeepers there being called into action. It was a great save from the Bloomsbury goalkeeper. Sim got fingertips to that to divert it onto the woodwork. We'll restart again with the Helvecia free kick. Ribeiro, loose touch from him that time. It fought back to Satonye. Basquet inside and it's blocked away. Half-hearted appeals for handball, but the referee quickly waved away any appeals.
Good play from Bloomsbury there again, switching the sides of the court, moving the ball quickly. This is probably where they're at their best when they do that sort of thing.
Just over 3 minutes left to play of this first half. Again, Helvecia affording Bloomsbury space inside their own half. Referee, I think, just wants a word with Bloomsbury's Logan Wisniewski. Just a talking to from the official on the far side. Tiharin involved with that as well.
All friends now.
Basquet does take the kick in, it goes back to Satonye, blazes it well high.
He doesn't like it. Let's go.
Denison. Tiharin sends it forward first time, but it's well cut out by Basquet. Basquet with Satonye to the right. Basquet goes on alone. Drags the shot though wide.
Again, good, excellent pressure there from Bloomsbury. Win the ball back in the middle of the court, and then a great driving run by Basquet. And I think he went for the reverse finish there, but just couldn't quite get the contact he was looking for.
Yeah, well, Bloomsbury certainly had more shots in this first half than Helvecia. Jared Basquet has been at the forefront of many of those. Basquet there perhaps trying to win the fifth foul. Referee gives the kick in, nothing more. Dipfort still going here for Bloomsbury. Did really well to hold off the pressure from behind. Satonye forward to Dipfort again. Lahoz came out to meet him quickly. It was all done a bit of a scramble outside of the penalty area. Eventually it's out.
Great little ball there just to play him in, but Lahoz again once out really quickly to shut that space down and then also managed to clear it.
Yeah, really good starting position from the London Helvecia goalkeeper. Satonye that time got the kick in all wrong. Straight to Tiharin. Restrepo, that one will be a foul. Helvecia feel as though the yellow card should be coming out there as well.
I think that's 5 fouls for Bloomsbury.
Yeah, it does take Bloomsbury on to 5.
And he ran away, he's laughing.
Helvecia certainly feel as though there should be subsequent punishment here. Conor Miller already cautioned. The referee may be taking a lenient view. 5 fouls though, and that's something now which Bloomsbury will have to contend with for the final 2 minutes of this first half. Held away by Sim.
This is where Enrique Guillen may be thinking about, well, they're on 5, 2 minutes to go. Get my dribblers on, get the players to run at players. Can we draw fouls?
Santos that time leaves the kick in for Teherin towards the back stick. Corner ball is the decision, and Santos looks to try to catch Bloomsbury off guard by taking it quickly. Blocked away by Dipfort. Teherin with the header, but it's out.
Bloomsbury almost got caught out there thinking it was the goal clearance, but the referee was clearly signalling it was a corner.
Will either side be able to find the goal to give them an all-important slender advantage going into half-time? Just over 90 seconds left now of this first period. Teherin here with the kick-in for Helvecia. Reed and the pressure again from Miller. Santos, you can hear the call of no fouls from the Bloomsbury camp. Miller, though, then sees the ball taken away from him. Santos, that one won't be given. Dipfort, went over halfway. Good challenge, good tracking back there from Camilo Restrepo.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was a foul. I think they just came together there and not too many discussions with the referee afterwards. So I don't think there was anything in that one.
Walsh for Miller, 2-1. Bloomsbury have in this first half turned the game on its head. And Connor Miller is the man who's provided their second goal.
That's an absolutely brilliant finish. Good setup from the corner. Ryan Walsh with the ball down. And you can see Helvecia just a little bit slow in reacting. And Connor Miller with a great left-footed strike high into the roof of the goal. Gives the goalkeeper no chance.
Excellent finish from that corner set piece. Bloomsbury have been trying to work the volley on many an occasion from corners like that, but that time it was a short set for Miller and an excellent, really well-struck finish, and Bloomsbury do find the goal before half-time. Can they now take that lead into the midway point? Still on 5 fouls.
I think the key part there was Helvecia just switched off as Connor Miller made his run. They didn't really pick that up, and by the time they reacted, he'd got the shot off.
It's all very frantic now. Helvecia coming forwards again. It's just a coming together in the aftermath between Santos and Walsh, but the Bloomsbury man was able to see it behind. Obviously now stepping further forwards.
Yeah. But this also gives Bloomsbury a chance now to work the space in behind.
Yeah, didn't quite get the pass right that time, but it certainly would open up gaps in the Helvecia half of the court. Away from Restrepo, and Sim is forced to send it long. Hadler Hoss retreating back. Ward wins it back there. This is promising for Bloomsbury. Jones across to Amarim. Good save. It might have been sent wide. In fact, directly from the strike. Thought initially the Hoss had got a toe to it, but I think it had just gone straight out and behind. Good chance out there for Bloomsbury to make it 3 before half-time.
Yeah, that would have been an absolute killer blow for Helvecia.
Well, final couple of seconds, and indeed there, the buzzer sounds to signal the end of this first period. It could have been 3 there for Bloomsbury in the closing stages of this first 20 minutes, but at half-time, Bloomsbury will be the happier of the two teams. Claudio Ribeiro pounced upon an error at the back from Bloomsbury's Russell Goldstein to make it 1-0, but then goals from first Jared Basquet and Connor Miller sees the half-time score stand, as you can see there. London Helvecia 1, Bloomsbury 2.
Welcome our teams back for the second half here. London Helvecia 2.
Welcome back then to the National Cycling Centre in Manchester for the second half of the first game of today's games in the men's top flight of the National Futsal Series. And at half-time, as you can see there, Bloomsbury leading London Helvecia by 2-1. And I think, Louis, they'll be quite happy with how that first half went, given the fact that they did trail at one point.
Yeah, I think it's actually, as you said, it's been an intriguing first half. A lot of cat and mouse in this game. Two teams who clearly respect each other. And I think Helvecia probably got away with one at the end there with that huge chance. Amarin just skewed it wide. Normally he'd expect to finish that, but Helvecia still in this game. There's tough 20 minutes ahead, and I think the first 5 or 6 minutes is going to be key. Helvecia don't need to gamble here. They don't need to go out, but clearly at some stage they're going to have to risk something as long as the score stays like this, or Bloomsbury increase their lead.
Yes, so ready for the second half then. It was a big chance at the end of that first period to make it 3-1, not taken. And just the one goal splits the teams on the scoreboard. Bloomsbury coming forward here from left to right in the second half, but they've given the ball away there. And Tiharin is advancing forward, Ribeiro to the left, but he's only now found. Dennison, nice step over away from the first defender, and it's high and wide of the Bloomsbury goal. Change of goalkeeper as well at the start of this second period for Pantapia Owens, with Jack Walsh coming on to replace Johnny Sim.
Good early chance there for Helvecia.
Amarim, lofted ball across, neat across to Walsh here. Wins the corner. Into a dangerous area, and it's palmed away well by Lahoz. He had to react quickly to that.
And a really good variation there. Tiharin tried to come out and the ball was played in behind him, and they almost scored there.
Walsh again the taker. It's set back for the strike once more and blocked away off the head of Charlie Coohan. Nice touch off the Bloomsbury man, so Lahoz will restart with the goal clearance. To Dennison here, Dennison still looks to set it back for Ribeiro, but that was anticipated and subsequently intercepted. Tiharin, baked to shoot, but he's then been dispossessed by Amarim. Amarim here, buried down on goal and scores! 3-1! Eddie Amarim on the mark for Bloomsbury. And there's a cushion between the teams now.
This time the mistake by Helvecia, and having coached Eddie Amarim, I've seen him do that many, many times for St Mary's, and that is a quality finish from him. Kept his composure, didn't give away too much until the shot, and a great finish. Some daylight for Bloomsbury now.
Yeah, well, a mistake from the Helvecia skipper Tiharin as he looked to take Amarim on out the back, was dispossessed, and the league's top goal scorer has yet another goal. Amarim. There's an opportunity at the other end though, and Helvecia have immediately responded. 3-2. Ribeiro straight back to halfway. And Claudio Ribeiro with his second goal of the game. It was a gift, really. Helvecia back to 3-2.
Yeah, I think the goal scorer, Eddie Amarim, he just switched off there. As you saw, he put his hand up to, and you can see his reaction there. It was his mistake that allowed that Ribeiro. Ribeiro, the ball just fell kindly to him, but he still got the finish on it. So back to a 1-goal lead.
Yeah, well, a very lively start to this second half. Amarim's goal giving Bloomsbury a healthy looking cushion, but it didn't last long at all. It was his error at the other end of the court, which Ribeiro was there to take advantage of. Coohan. It's away here to Ward, and Ward might be away. Good tackle though from Ribeiro. Won the ball really well, and Helvecia have bodies streaming forward, all four. Cross it goes to the back stick, but Tiharin was just arriving a fraction too late.
The game's just really opened up, isn't it, for the last sort of minute or so.
It certainly has. It's been a very lively start to this second half. There were opportunities before the 2 goals since the restart for both teams as well. Again, the referee on the far side not happy with the substitute bench of Helvecia. Barsakov, the substitute goalkeeper, taking a place upon the bench. Walsh appeals for handball and the referee obliges. And giving the free kick to Bloomsbury.
There definitely seems to be a change of approach from Helvecia in terms of their pressing. They're certainly setting up higher up the court at the moment on that last instance.
Chance perhaps here to shoot, but it's dragged wide of the far post. Nobody there at the second post to tap that one home. I think you're right, Lou. There's certainly been an evident change to how Helvecia are approaching the second half. Walsh will allow that one to run all the way through.
Yeah, really stepping onto him now.
Miller can't collect that time. Thundered the strike in to make it 2-1 at the back end of the first half. Probably hoping to come up with the goods again in this second period. Goldstein here with the kicking for Bloomsbury. It was his error which led to the opening goal for Helvecia. Seems like a long time ago now. After the goals which have followed. Ditford managed to escape the pressure of Restrepo but can only concede the kicking.
And we're just seeing what a difference this makes to the way Bloomsbury play. Once the pressure's put on them, then they're having to make those decisions really quickly and they're starting to make mistakes now.
Forward to Tijerin. Tijerin back to Claudio Ribeiro. Ribeiro trying to return it back to Tijerin. It does come through to Camilo Restrepo. Restrepo evades the first challenge. Still going here, Restrepo. Eventually out and behind though.
The one-on-one Restrepo is such a dangerous player. He's really able to manipulate that ball at close quarters, and it's at his best he's a very, very dangerous player.
That one's hacked clear, out of play on the far side. Van Doof still remains as a substitute for Helvecia, perhaps not back to full fitness. Was involved in their previous cup match. Had to play on that one as Helvecia only took the 5 players. Forward ball is set back for Jordi Ditford. Restrepo breaks free here and Tijerin is to his right. Goldstein goes to ground. Managed to do enough there as well, Russell Goldstein. Good tackle. Here's Walsh forward as the goalkeeper. Tijerin might have got a touch to it. And eventually it's cleared away. And Bloomsbury put their foot on the ball again. Ribeiro. Reverse ball to Restrepo. Restrepo just had to check back there. If the pass was a yard or 2 further in front of him,
yeah, I think it
had an
was
opportunity
just
to shoot.
Slightly under-hit the pass as well, but again, good work there from Jack Walsh going with the counter-attack. Again, a goalkeeper who's technically very good with his feet. You know, former England under-19 international, and just shows his value when you've got a goalkeeper that can do that. A great recovery tackle there from Connor Miller.
Into a dangerous area, and it ricochets off the torso, really, of Claudio Ribeiro, who was in amongst it all in the centre.
Jack Walsh just slowing that down so Bloomsbury could make their changes.
Jones. This is Wisniewski.
We see the problem here Bloomsbury have getting out, but they've done really well there to manipulate that ball, but Helvecia win it back.
Yeah, good challenge, just didn't quite come off in the end for Bloomsbury, but they escaped the initial press. Ribeiro forward for only Helvecia as they go in search of an equalising goal to bring the game to 3-3. Set aside the opening 5 minutes of this second half. Reid using all of his wisdom and experience to see that one out of behind. Parallel pass flicked forward down the line by Tiherin. Restrepo breaks though for the goalkeeper. He dishes that one long, and Lahoz had to come out and be alert to it. He was.
I think for people probably new to futsal, seeing the goalkeeper do that is quite an unusual thing, but that is something obviously we will do in coaching, that they're very, if they've got to come out there, they have to be able to head the ball like that to clear it. So, you know, that's something who people new to futsal may think is a little bit odd, but it's certainly something that's a key feature of futsal goalkeeping when throws go in like that.
Yeah, and something which the Helvecia goalkeeper, Lahoz, does very well as well. And Reid's got himself in a bit of a sticky situation, but again, manages to see it out in the end. Two v two at the back there at the moment for Helvecia, but they do escape through. It's given away there though. Basquet, second post. Oh, just ran behind. Ollie Jones at the back stick.
As you mentioned there, Isaac, the 2v2, and you heard from Johnny Tappet-Owens, 2v2. They got the pressure on, and it was a poor pass out, and Basquet was able to intercept that, but the second post finish just wasn't there.
Yeah, just seemed to go through the legs of Jones in the end. Very close though. Any proper contact there, and I'd imagine it would have been 4-2. Basquet all the way across onto this near side, but back to Basquet again here. Lahoz out quickly again. Basquet goes on. Lahoz called into action again and sprawls on the floor to gather.
Again, that time Bloomsbury working their press breaker really well to get out.
Tiherin just slowing the game a little. Restrepo. Referee thought about it and in the end does give the foul. Just the second foul of the half, both of those going against Helvecia. Nicely controlled by Basquet, and Lahoz is flying out of his goal again. And in the end just opts to reset, and Helvecia can get bodies back behind the ball.
Yeah, I think for Lahoz there, his forward option went, so he did the pragmatic thing by just putting the ball out and allowing them to reset.
Set short for Jones and blocked away by Restrepo.
The game's definitely more open now, that's for sure.
Walsh straight into Basquet, back for Walsh. Well defended that time. Tiherin, he's giving the ball away that time, but he wins it back. Tiherin fakes to shoot, and then does go for goal. It's blocked away well by the goalkeeper. Sold the defender really well the first time there, Tiherin.
The fake roll shot, but Jack Walsh there up to it, controls the middle of the goal, and obviously celebrates the save as well. But some really good play there from Tiherin. Yeah,
an equally good stop from the Bloomsbury goalkeeper, who would have been disappointed to see his goal breached how it was after the third Bloomsbury goal. Up to the task that time in saving the shot from Tiherin. Corner opportunity for Helvecia though in the aftermath. Good block, Basquet just lost track of the ball, but Bloomsbury away here with Jones. Rounds the goalkeeper across into Jones again, 4-2. Jones unselfish, Amarim unselfish, and Ollie Jones there in the end to provide the finishing touch.
I think we'd like to call that a coach's goal. The second post finish, the two players combining brilliantly. Fantastic work from Jones to bring the ball out, just continued with his run. Amarim in great support, and suddenly the game's changed really quickly, and it's going to be interesting to see how Helvecia react to this. What does Enrique Guillen change, if anything?
Yeah, Bloomsbury now restore their 2-goal advantage. Excellent goal on the transition, on the counter-attack. Amarim forward again as Bloomsbury go in search of more, but it's a comfortable one for Lahoz to just pick up and restart.
I mean, there's still a long way to go in this game, 12 minutes or so to play, so this game is far from over. But Helvecia clearly need a reaction here.
Dennison sends it forward to Tiherin, but he couldn't control that time. Goldstein here. Bloomsbury again in control and happy to dictate possession in these sorts of areas. Jones digs out the long diagonal. Just too much on it for Richard Wood.
Watch the middle. No foul.
Dennison.
Yes, Rush, yes, Rush.
Restrepo across to Tiherin on the far side. The challenge.
Really good work there from Bloomsbury, forcing Helvecia to either go down the side or across the court and not being able to open up that middle of the court. So some great organisation there from Bloomsbury.
Set for the strike for Tiherin. Another good stop. In towards Reed, who just couldn't quite sort his feet out in time there. Helvecia's number 4.
Just found a bit of space in there, Doug Reed. But as you say, just couldn't quite get his body orientated to get that shot off. He was just too open there.
Goldstein felt he was foul, but the referee thought otherwise. Play goes on up to Ward. Flick round the corner. Goldstein is there to collect now. Ward again. Goldstein miscues on his less favoured left foot. Dennison, and also goes for a foul off the ball there as Reed tried to screen, and the contact came the way of Sam Smith from behind.
We saw in that last possession there, Bloomsbury really, that was a really aggressive press for them, right onto them. Literally no space for them at all.
Tiherin only against Ward that time, and Bloomsbury would have liked that one. Good high press again. Santos back onto court for Helvecia, but it's miscontrolled by the man who scored both Helvecia's goals, Claudio Ribeiro.
I think the first press there, though, from Bloomsbury, that's what put the pressure on and forced that pass to not go where they wanted it to.
Miller might unleash again. It's deflected off the right leg of Charlie Coohan and out and behind for the corner. More to it stays as we approach the final quarter of this contest. Tonye, poor pass. Santos seizes upon it. Santos hit the target though. Tonye was ahead of Miller, but allowed for Tiharin to nip in and intercept. Couldn't control though, and in the end just a touch to take it out.
I don't think he caught the pass cleanly there. It was a little, he just scuffed the top of the ball, so that slowed it down. That gave the opportunity for the interception.
Breaks kindly for Tonye. Tonye still going here for Louis Tonye, but it's blocked again by Coohan.
Really powerful drive here, gets his body across Ruben Santos, but a good block there from Coohan.
Yeah, that's a couple in quick succession now from the former Bloomsbury man. Corner again. Walsh directly into the penalty area, but it's taken comfortably by Lahoz at his near post. Santos now down the other end of the court. Turned away by Walsh. To Tonye. Referee's whistle goes and Ribeiro goes to ground in the end as well.
There's a slight push in the back there, and that's probably what he's given it for.
It's 3-1 on the foul count now in this second half against Helvecia. Ward just running out of room. Ball over the far side touchline. Santos lofts that one across to Lahoz. Nice control. Lahoz, good ball forward as well. Tiharin round the goalkeeper again. Oh, it's high. So Tonye was back there to apply the pressure on Ribeiro, but that really should have gone in. Good opportunity. Bloomsbury had bodies back, sliding in behind the goalkeeper. Big chance though.
Yeah, it was a tremendous ball played in by Lahoz, the goalkeeper. Pinpoint ball, and they really should have scored that one.
Another missed opportunity for Helvecia, and will they be left at the end of the game to rue their missed chances? They'll look to again here, perhaps use Lahoz really well in the previous usage, but that time it goes forwards to Ribeiro direct. Tiharin straight for goal. It's turned away really well.
Really well struck shot, but quality of Jack Walsh's keeper. Keeper of Jack Walsh's quality. That's meat and drink, really.
Set back again for Tiharin. Seemed to take a touch off Basquet. It will indeed be a corner as Helvecia continue to apply the pressure from the set pieces. Tiharin again, the man on the end of the move to shoot. Both sides still with their timeouts if they wish to use them in this half. We didn't see either coach opt to use their timeout minute in the first half either. Teherin tried the back heel, but in doing so he's lost possession. Too far ahead of Basquet though.
I think in the last couple of minutes, Helvecia have enjoyed a better spell of play. Just got a bit more control of the game.
Santos there fouled as he offloaded the ball to the left. Referee on the far side picked up on that. If Helvecia can keep their goal locked, then opportunities will come their way in the remaining, just under 8.5 minutes that we have left of playing time. Teherin over the top. Good goalkeeping this time at the other end. Out of net was Walsh. Across here though for an opportunity for Bloomsbury, and Lahoz makes the stop.
Again, a possession still, nice bit of play there. And then Basga just cuts inside. And Lahoz, excellent goalkeeping there, just held his shape, didn't commit until the shot had been taken.
Jordy Dipp fought so close there for Bloomsbury. That one was in search of Jones. Here's Dipp fought though as Bloomsbury regained the ball. Judged to be a foul against Basquet. The referee on the near side gave that one, David Berry.
I think it's where he stepped across him. That was the contact there. I think that's what the referee's blown for.
It's a central free kick then here for Helvecia. It's left this time by Teherin. Ribeiro instead. Same outcome though, off target.
I think Ivan Dew's role in this game is to be chief cheerleader at the moment for the team. You can hear him just pumping out instructions all the time.
Yeah, certainly is over on that far side. With the fluorescent coloured bib on. Basquet. Back for Jones. And against Santos. Basquet takes that one direct and forward. Back it goes in search of Basquet, but Santos was there. Santos trying to work her way out alone. Dennison and Teherin both back onto court for Helvecia. Opportunity perhaps here for Jones. Oh, it's only against Lahoz though. Well, his tally of saves is quickly totting up now in this second half as well.
Again, his starting position was so good here, Lahoz. As soon as that ball, he's straight. You could see him just getting straight out to shut the space down, holds his position. And another block.
Walsh all the way down to the opposing end of the court, but it came off the head of Connor Miller.
I think we're heading towards the part of the game where Enrique Guillen starts to think about, what do I change here? Am I thinking about fly goalkeeper? When am I going to do that?
Ribeiro here though for Helvecia, but it's trying to hit the goalkeeper that time. But something will need to change for Helvecia if they are to spark a comeback. Some loose pass. Dennison. Escapes the pressure of Amarim. Forward as well to Teherin. Now Ribeiro. Here we will see a timeout for London Helvecia, and perhaps an opportunity for their coach Enrique Guillen to talk through the options that he has available to him from this point on.
We're just trying to look at the bench at the moment to see if anyone's putting on a fly goalkeeper shirt, but that doesn't appear to be the case at the moment. But also there's a set piece opportunity here for them as well, so he may be looking at that, but certainly fly keeper, if it stays like this, will be something that comes into his head. I think for Bloomsbury at the moment, what they need to do is just control this game. They don't necessarily need another goal, but I think one more goal for them would probably put it beyond Helvecia.
Yeah, well, just over 6 minutes left to play when we do resume. Bloomsbury, at the moment, looking good on course to extend their lead at the top of the table. If they are to win this, they'll go 4 points clear with the same games played as Manchester, who Manchester play later on today. There's still work to be done here for Bloomsbury, and Helvecia, in a sense, will have opportunities. Let's see what they do as a change. I think they have got a fly goalkeeper's shirt on late in that timeout minute. It's Dennison who's wearing it. So I think you're exactly right, Louis. They're going to try the 5v4 with fly goalkeeper here and see if that can work for them.
For me here, the key is the tempo that you play at. If the fly goalkeeper, if the passing is really slow and there's not much movement, it just makes it so much easier for you, one, to defend it, and also two, to pick it off.
Dennison up to Santos, who's positioned high and wide over on the right. For Helvecia, here's Santos again. Back stick there was Ribeiro, and coming in was Restrepo. It's wide of the near post.
The pass into Ribeiro, I think, was just behind him, so it made it almost impossible to get round to get the shot off. But that was a clear chance there.
Yeah, Helvecia here, we're looking to finalise the move as they...
Yeah, the pass was just in behind him. Perhaps Claudio could have moved out a little bit to the right to get the shot off, but I think he was already on his front foot.
Yeah, close though for Helvecia, and a warning sign for Bloomsbury. If Helvecia to continue with the fly goalkeeper when they have the chance. Santos. Here, still Bloomsbury pressing high and trying to keep Helvecia camped in. Santos forward down the line, neat pass, Ribeiro, neat collection too, into Tijerin. Good block though by Ward, and Walsh was scrambling on the floor. It is out of play for a corner. Helvecia here looking to just play out into their fly formation. Tijerin controlling things at the back of it. Tijerin a crossover onto the right side now into Restrepo. Waiting for the gap to open up, and Helvecia will look to pounce upon it.
They're just trying to see if they can work that ball into the middle, where Restrepo seems to be going at times when it's on the right hand side.
Good forward pass, but Restrepo, Ribeiro rather, couldn't control at the end of it, and a hand of apology to his teammates for that. Lahoz is back on, and Restrepo back there gets his head to it. A couple of times that Helvecia have been able to get the ball up to Ribeiro in that fly goalkeeper setup, but Nothing has come of it in the end. Lahoz or De Santos. Loughborough nearly got it.
This will give them the opportunity to get their fly on, hopefully.
And it's wasteful for Helvecia as there's maybe a bit of miscommunication between Reid and Lahoz as the goalkeeper tried to make his way off the court on the far side for Denison, but the pass then went straight out. Miller, nice hold-up play. Miller still turning and trying maybe to find a route to goal, which really would now kill the game off.
And they'll set it up now from this position.
And a couple of changes for Bloomsbury in defence as well. They look to shore things up to defend this remaining 3 minutes, just over left out. Tiherin though opts to take the strike on from long range. Santos. Bloomsbury kicking. And with every passing second that the ball's in play, they're edging closer now.
Really going with the high press here to try and force the error.
The call from Bloomsbury is to press high, and in doing so, from their point of view, tried to prevent Helvecia from setting up in the fly goalkeeper. That's exactly what they're trying to do now. Here's Ribeiro. Satonye in close attendance to him. Give it away here. Miller. Satonye. Doesn't quite get the finish right, but you can see the clear intentions there, Louis, from Bloomsbury to stop Helvecia setting up in that fly goalkeeper.
Yeah, the press was almost immediate, and we're probably going to see this again. And that used up a good 25 seconds of the clock there.
Goalkeeper can't have possession back. Santos receives it from...
Yeah, good pressure again there from Bloomsbury.
Yeah,
another 20 seconds knocked off the clock.
Bloomsbury coping with this newly brought about threat from Helvecia really well so far. Turned away by the goalkeeper, the net is left empty. If Basquet will go for it, but it drops just wide.
They've had a bit of success, Helvecia, going down the right-hand side of the court into the corner and deliver the ball across.
Out of play on the near side that time. And there will be 3 more changes for Bloomsbury as they once again freshen things up on court. But time now really running out.
A lot of teams will have a defensive fly team, and they'll probably have 4 or 5 players that they'll just use for those moments when the team are playing fly, and then you'll bring your other players on once you've got possession back.
Restrepo, promising for Helvecia. Good challenge though by Satonye. Restrepo still gets the strike in, and it's a decent save from the goalkeeper, who had to be alert to the danger. Outstretched left arm to deny Restrepo that time. Tiherin sent bundling to ground, but the call from the referees to play on.
And now for Bloomsbury, it's just about controlling possession and running the clock down.
Basquet, nice control, tries to go around Lahoz. Basquet still. A man over towards the second post. If Basquet can find him, but he finds the net himself. Game, set and match for Bloomsbury now. 5-2. And Jared Basquet is on the score sheet again.
Great composure from him to keep the ball, shifted it from his right to his left, and then the finish. And as you say, Isaac, that's that.
Yeah, just extinguishes any hope or spark of a potential comeback for Helvecia, really. Helvecia having led this game early on, and I've seen it taken away from them, more so in the second half. Teherin finds Reed. Good block. Basker on a hat-trick now. Jared Basker. Good challenge though. This is Zach Hassan. Hassan to Dennison. Goalkeeper did well again. Teherin. Hassan couldn't quite bundle it in.
Bit of emergency defending there from Bloomsbury, but they've protected the goal. Some great blocks, and then just an unfortunate miss there for Hassan. But Helvecia definitely created 2 or 3 good opportunities from that fly keeper, but just couldn't find a finish. And Bloomsbury going to end up with the points this morning.
Yes, they certainly are. And it's another big win for Bloomsbury, who march on in the National Futsal Series this season. Walsh protecting his goal still as we move towards the closing 10 seconds. It's just a case of the scoreline now rather than the result. Into Hassan again, and the goalkeeper will go for goal for range. No such fortune in finding the empty net that time. Teherin away from Jones, but there the buzzer goes. And confirmation then of Bloomsbury's 3 points. 5-2 the final score as they overcome local rivals London Helvecia. That's 8 wins from 9 games now for Bloomsbury this season. It opens up a 4-point gap for them at the top of the table before Manchester will be in action later on. Louis, a deserved 3 points for Bloomsbury at the end of it all.
Yeah, I think so. I think Helvecia, they adapted their tactics in the second half to go with the press, and they definitely caused Bloomsbury a lot of issues in the first 5 or 6 minutes. But Bloomsbury, they worked it out, they broke the press, and as you say, they marched on comfortably in the end to a 5-2 win.
Yes, well, there's the final score in the first game of 4 to bring to you live today from the National Cycling Centre in Manchester. In game 1, it's finished. London Helvecia 2, Bloomsbury 5.
afternoon. Bolton Futsal Club taking on Loughborough. Final moments here before kick-off.
Welcome back to the National Cycling Centre in Manchester for the second game of 4 to bring to you live today. Already we have seen London Helvecia fall to defeat against table toppers Bloomsbury 5-2, the final score in that one. And up next here we have Bolton facing Loughborough students. So Louis, excited for this one as well. It was always going to be a cracker of a game to get us underway. We move forward now into game 2. It's Bolton against Loughborough. How do you see this one going?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough game for Bolton. They suffered that last-minute loss against Wessex in their last game, and although that was reversed in the win that they had the previous game before the loss to Bloomsbury. So they've been in a little bit of a tough run. Loughborough, they had a magnificent comeback point against Helvecia, and I think that's 7 points from their last 9. I think you have to make Loughborough the favourites in this game, but Bolton we're seeing the teams at the moment. Bolton have definitely strengthened their teams, and I just think that Loughborough are going to edge this one.
Well, let's see which way, in fact, it will go. And here are the team sheets, starting first with Bolton. Joe Payne is captain and starts in goal. Connor Woodworth, Connor Kernahan, Mikey Bulmer and Matt Overton back today for Bolton all start. The substitutes are Rob Harper, Kai Lawless, Rafe Barber, Harrison Jackson, Robbie Dean, Henry Smith and Connor Rogers. For Loughborough students then, they have no Joe Bickerstaff today, so Jamie White is the starting goalkeeper. The rest of their starting lineup is Joe Hume, Jamie Hunter, Jan Myveld and Neil Morgan. The substitute goalkeeper into the squad is Dylan Kitt, and the rest of their substitutes, as you can see there, are Fabio Teixeira, Johnny Langley, Tom Dorr, Tyler Harding, Tiago Santos and Bailey Wright. They are coached, as ever this season, by Jose Lorente. You can see the Bolton camp there just going through their final pre-match preparations with the coaching team of Joe Ryan and Stuart Cook. Captain for Loughborough in the centre circle, Neil Morgan, with referees Mark Burkitt and Harvey Newstead, who will take charge of today's fixture, and the timekeeper is Mark Patchell.
I think similar to the last game, this is going to be the key first 5 minutes for Bolton to just really try and get control of the game and don't let Loughborough get into their stride.
Yes, well, when the two teams met earlier in the season, it was a 6-4 victory for Loughborough students. Let's see if they can repeat that today, or if Bolton will get their revenge. It's an important game for both if they can go on to win it. Loughborough at the moment third in the table. Got to try to bridge the gap between themselves and the top two, but realistically they'll just be looking to cement their place in the top four. For Bolton, after London Helvecia's defeat earlier on today, it's an opportunity to go level on points with Helvecia, who remain in the top four. Just about. If Bolton were to win this today, then it would go down to goal difference as it stands for that final top four spot. Handshake there between the two coaches, Stuart Cook and Jose Lorente, and it's Joe Hume who stands over the ball in the centre circle to begin things here for Loughborough. Referee on the far side, Mark Burkitt, blows his whistle, and we are underway then. Loughborough kicking from right to left in this first 20 minutes period. Myveld back in recent weeks for Loughborough students. Here's Hume. Back to Myveld, and immediately Loughborough just trying to control the tempo of the game and dictate the play, but they've given it away. Bolton might be away on the transition. Breaks from Mikey Bolmer, blocked away by Hume.
I think what we're going to see in this game, Isaac, is both teams really looking to press and get on the front foot and force mistakes.
Woodworth towards the back stick, but it was just behind where Overton was. Just a second league appearance of the season, this campaign for Matt Overton, and immediately here you see Loughborough bringing their goalkeeper Jamie White forward into the attacking half right from the off. Morgan, nice return wall pass for Myveld on the right, but it's plays high and wide. Kernahan. For the longer pass, up to Connor Woodworth here. Woodworth sets it back for Kernahan again. Kernahan's made a run into the centre. Didn't quite reach him though, and Loughborough can break away in possession. Hume then though dispossessed. Woodworth. Deflects behind for the corner.
Really positive start from Bolton. They really created a couple of chances.
Overton takes that corner and it comes back to Matt Overton, and then wins the kick in. Another block by Hume. Overton's pass that time was read well and intercepted by Hunter. Loughborough with the ball back. Myveld, that's it forward down wide right. Disrupted there in the end by Woodworth. wants this and gets it as well, strikes for goal, but it's blocked away before getting there. Nivell, another block and out for a Loughborough corner.
The pressure came a little bit too late there. The ball was in play and then the pressure came. Really the trigger is once the ball is played to go and press, but Bolton were a little bit slow in getting out there. That allowed that shot off.
Morgan offering himself as an option in the centre, but it was lofted high for Hume.
Just a little bit too much airtime on that one.
Yeah, so important that the delivery is spot on in those set piece opportunities. Top and out of play. Both sides, though, in the early stages, just settling in to the game early on, feeling each other out a little. Morgan. Flicks it out again.
The use of the goalkeeper from Loughborough is obviously forcing Bolton to just retreat a little bit here, not to get caught out.
It's taken on here by Hunter. And it will show he's back off Hunter. Unfortunate that one for Loughborough. Tried to feed that one up to Woodworth, but it was wayward of where he was. Morgan couldn't find a teammate. Hume managed to collect the loose pass. Morgan ushering White forward again then. Plays the pass across to him too. Still trying to use Jamie White in the role which Bickerstaff will usually occupy for Loughborough, coming out to play with the ball at his feet so often. Bolton again forced to retreat.
Yeah, go! Good you! Still in!
And now looking to try to press and forces Myveld all the way back. So those triggers and opportunities for Bolton to press that they'll be looking to pounce upon.
Yeah, he got himself turned there, so that gave him the opportunity just to force him all back, and the pressure was excellent. It didn't allow him to do that. Forced him all the way back to the goal line.
Hunter with time and space inside his own half of the court. Myveld again, he's seen a lot of the ball in the early stages. Both sides at the moment still with their starting fives on court. Bolton all the way through, but it's a couple of times now that Bolton's longer, more direct passes have ended up proving to be more of a reset, really, and run all the way through to the Loughborough goalkeeper.
Yeah, you mentioned about the original forward still being on. The game really hasn't been at a high enough tempo at the moment, I think, to force teams to make a change in terms of the tempo of the game.
Referee allows the game to continue, just a honest challenge. It was judged to be from the Loughborough skipper. Here's Bulmer. Myveld does well to wriggle free of the first pressure. Myveld then was fouled from behind from Overton. It's the game's first.
We just see Matt Overton there with just his hand on his back, and then it's the little push in the back which forces him into the helping defender there.
First free kick then, and it goes Loughborough's way. Myveld takes it across to Hunter. Hunter blocked away though.
Good deception from Loughborough there on the free kick. They looked like they were going to go down the line, and that forced Bolton to drop back, allowing the opportunity, but the shot was not well aimed.
Set for the strike again, but it's wayward of Joe Payne's goal. Neither goalkeeper has really been called into action in terms of save making so far. Thiago Santos, here's Myveld. Pavio Teixeira, as Loughborough do now make a couple of switches. Teixeira and Langley both on. Hunter running into traffic in the form of Overton. Hunter's ball there intercepted, and it's all a bit stop-start at the moment.
Yeah, but Bolton had a bit of a problem there when to exchange the players when the player ran through, and there was a little bit of miscommunication, so Bolton just needed to be careful of that.
Ball is left on the line, and Santos just had to readjust. Was a Loughborough ball as it took a touch off Kai Lawless. And the pressure there was Tom Dorr for Loughborough. Onto court as well. Nearly 6 minutes played, and it's still goalless between Bolton and Loughborough at the moment. Did well to catch that one, Rogers, but only into the side netting.
That was better from Bolton. The tempo the passing picked up there, and the diagonal ball out. That was much better from Bolton.
Tom Dorr just behind where Teixeira was, and he had to check back. Teixeira happy to go back to White. Dorr prods it forward. Bolton still just a little more reserved in their press, but they've won the ball here. It's an opportunity, and it's dragged wide though by Lawless. By far the best chance of the game so far. It goes wide.
Yeah, he did really well there to steal that ball, to cut the passing line off. Opportunity, possibly could have gone on a little bit further and taken it out to the right, and it might have opened up the angle, but positive signs there for Bolton.
Barber coming forward here for Bolton this time, but it's slammed away. It's an opportunity though for Kai Lawless, and yet to score this season in the league. Lawless in the 5 games he's played. Couldn't find the net that time either. There's Dean, nice ball up. Barber saw the angle, quickly closed down though. And the Loughborough shot stopper.
Some really positive signs there for Bolton in the last minute and a half or so.
Teixeira looking to come inside, but he's then been dispossessed, and Barber is set away. Woodworth's back on for Bolton. He receives the ball now off Robbie Dean. Harper opted to take the shot on. Rob Harper lurking in close attendance. Dean making a nuisance of himself. And fouled there by Teixeira.
It's good work here by Dean. He gets his body in between and it forces Teixeira to just pull him to the ground. So a good example there for maybe young players watching it, how to get yourself in front of there and then cause the defender a problem.
Yeah, one apiece on the foul count now. Harper takes that to Woodworth. It's towards the back stick where Dean was arriving. Nice set piece. It called the goalkeeper into action.
Really clever run there by Dean again. Managed to get behind the defence. And that is a brilliant save.
Into a dangerous area again, but Loughborough come away in possession. Teixeira couldn't quite get round the far side of Conor Woodworth though. Certainly Bolton have had the better opportunities in the 8 minutes gone so far. Langley, forward ball down the line for Hume. Couldn't make anything of it though, and Bolton got the kick in. Harper sits back for Woodworth. Long diagonal, nicely controlled by Robbie Dean. Dean comes inside. Just took it a little too far perhaps. Hume has it now for Loughborough. Looking to hit back strong at the other end of the court. Nice touch of Harper.
Just on that opportunity with Dean is when the ball came in, his first touch took him backwards, so that allowed the defender the opportunity to nip in there.
Myveld. It's a good pass there, but it was quickly pressured. Overlapping run for Jan Myveld. That's the first save that Payne's had to make. Nice combination down wide left there with Jan Myveld going on the overlap of his captain Neil Morgan. Role reversal there as Myveld played the pass down the line to Morgan that time. It's another corner chance. White allowed to advance forward into the attacking half there again. But maybe now just coming into their own a little more. Bolton still holding firm at the moment. Myveld cross onto the far right flank. Myveld again, nice pass. Hume away from Harper, and it breaks back there for Harper, who's subsequently fouled. With another save at the near post that time for Payne. Who do you think will be the happier of the two teams at the moment, Louis, and their coaches, or will they both be relatively content with how it's gone so far?
I think Bolton probably will be the happiest. I think they're pretty much controlling themselves defensively, limiting Loughborough's opportunities to sort of 50-50 scrappy ones. So I think Bolton will be the happier.
Appeals for handball in amongst that there, but quickly turned down by the referee.
And Bolton have also created, as you say, created a few chances as well. So I think as the game, if it stays like this, Loughborough will get frustrated by this. I think we're definitely in a cat and mouse stage here at the moment.
Yeah, certainly seems that way. Hume away from Barber. Hume went for the return pass, but it's out of play once more. Barber there is replaced by Lawless. He's had the game's best chance so far, but couldn't take it. Myveld smashes the kick in. Bolton looks to transition forward. Well blocked though, and an opportunity for Loughborough to perhaps turn defensive to attack themselves. Morgan taken to ground and foul.
I think in that last Bolton attack there was probably an opportunity to play the pass out to the right a little bit earlier, but maybe just travelled a little bit too far, and then the angle flattened off for the pass, and that's why it got intercepted.
2 each on the fouls now as we move into the last 10 minutes of this first half, second quarter of the game. Referee just ensuring there that the ball is correctly positioned. It's set short for right, but Loughborough don't get that one right at all.
Just a breakdown in communication there, but that allowed Bolton to counter-attack them there.
Yeah, not only did the Loughborough set piece not come off, it very nearly caused them problems at the other end of the court as well. With the transition. Here's Morgan. Nice turn. Bailey right. Across to Hume. Morgan again, but can't escape the pressure of Conor Kernahan. Myveld advances forward down that right flank to change the angle as he looked to then fire the shot in. Over the top for Lawless, but he didn't connect with that one how he would have wanted to.
I'd say at the moment, I think Bolton are doing a really good job of protecting the middle of the court here, forcing Loughborough to go down the sides.
Bolton now sitting at the halfway line and not pressing as much as they perhaps usually do, allowing Loughborough the space in these sorts of areas. Hunter making the most of the loose ball. Morgan. Goalkeeper had to come out of his area, and Morgan at the other end forces Payne to make a good stop.
That's a brilliant save from Joe Payne there at full stretch, but just managed to get that left leg out there.
Yeah, well, it looked as though for a split second there might be an opportunity down the other end of the court, but it came from White's intervention in that regard, and Morgan was there and turned the shot goal bound. It's a volleyed effort from the follow-up corner. Back again with White. Hunter. Morgan's gone down. Hume will put the ball into touch, so the Loughborough captain can be seen to here. Back to his feet though. Walking gingerly. Morgan. With the legs of Kernahan, but he's never going to get a foul for that. Hunter, right place, right time, and had to be because there was a Bolton man coming in for a potential cutback there as well.
Just get the sense that Loughborough are getting a little bit frustrated here. They've just not really been able to penetrate the lines and create the chances that they really like to, apart from that save that Joe Payne had to make.
Loughborough here bringing their goalkeeper forward into play again. Retreating back now though as Bolton are on the attack. Lawless, as he fouled there by Teixeira, the game's allowed to continue. Judged to be a fair challenge. All the way out and behind again for the goal clearance. Just feels as though the game might need a goal to spark it into life.
Well, I think right now, from Bolton's perspective, they're probably quite happy with how this game is playing out.
Again, Bolton able to restrict Loughborough to nothing more than a hopeful shot the way of Joe Payne's goal, but again it's off target. Hunter breaks back again here for Hunter. Hunter all the way across, but it's just too far ahead of the oncoming Johnny Langley.
And again, in that moment here, good work from Loughborough. And I think this pass didn't probably need to go as hard as that, because the covering defender had come really too central, so there was lots of time and space. It just really needs to be rolled a little bit more softly, and I think that would have been a goal.
Just the execution on the final pass.
Yeah.
That let Loughborough down that time. Langley. Hunter's at the heart of things at the moment here for Loughborough. White, decent looking ball forward down that right side. Well, challenged though by Overton, and Bolton get the decision.
Again, great pressing there, forcing the play. Although the player was in the corner, didn't allow him to turn to have the opportunity to play back, so really closed off the options.
Bolton that time not quite getting things right as they look to escape the pressure in their defensive third. Just over 6 minutes left to play. It stays goalless here. Bournemouth puts that one out of play again. Hunter takes on the shooting responsibility that time, but it's quickly blocked away again, and Bolton have really restricted the opportunities that Loughborough have been able to create so far.
I think there's only really been that one high quality opportunity that they've had that forced a save from Overton, but apart from that, it's really been scrappy from Loughborough in terms of the quality of the chances.
It was just slightly short there, and it might have opened up the opportunity for Connor Rogers to advance forward. It did, but nothing coming of it in the end. Full pass from Fabio Teixeira. Going to be a timeout called here as well from Bolton, so with 5 minutes and 23 seconds left on the clock. Bolton, I think really will be relatively happy. Yes, they've had the best opportunity to score, they didn't take it, but they've really restricted the chances Loughborough have been able to create. And so far so good for them really. They're making things difficult for Loughborough, who have problems here to solve.
And I think Bolton have done a brilliant job. In that last passage of play where Teixeira, it was an unforced error. Literally, he was under no pressure and just played the pass out. So I think Bolton have got to be given a lot of credit for how they've set themselves up. And it's really up to Loughborough now to try and either up the tempo of the game and increase the quality of the passing to put Bolton on the back foot, because right now I don't think Bolton really need to change anything. They're getting opportunities because of these misplaced passes. They've had 3 or 4 counter-attacks, and they have had a couple of good opportunities that run from being around the back post, forcing a good save. So for Bolton right now, they really don't need to change anything, and for them to go in at half-time at 0-0, they'll be more than happy with that, and it just turns it into a 20-minute game.
Yeah, well, we still have just under 5.5 minutes left on the clock in this first half. But at the moment, it's certainly been a tightly fought contest in the second game here today. Shearer gets the pass right that time. Shearer just opened up the angle there for Hunter, but Hunter's pass is giving the ball away. For Shearer, sets it back for White. His clearance sends it long down court.
Again, good work from Bolton, setting little traps there to try and win the ball on the counter, and another good interception.
Referee's whistle on the far side goes. Mark Burkitt, first official, spotted something. Free kick for Bolton. Bulmer, return pass to Woodworth. Just nobody there at the second post, but it was promising for Bolton. Nice link-up play down that left flank.
All the coaches watching this, Isaac, will be going, get on the second post, get on the second post. And that's all we ask of the players, is just be there in case that sort of thing happens.
Yeah, Matt Overton was closest to it, maybe just caught on his heels a little. Nobody there.
Another unforced error.
Oh, and it was to Shearer again, who's put the ball into touch on the far side, as you say, unforced. Once more, gifting possession back to Bolton. The header goal bound from Barber, who just came in on the blind side of the Loughborough last defender. There's Barber again.
I don't want a commentator to curse this, but Bolton seem to be growing in confidence here. They just seem to be believing themselves a little bit more now, certainly in their attacking intentions.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way, and they're coming forward again. That time with Overton. The kick in from wide left now for Bolton. Conor Rogers will take charge of it. Welshman back in the squad today for Bolton. It's the first time this calendar year that he's been involved in a league game for them.
Again, another second post opportunity there for Bolton.
Yeah, it's probably a better chance than some may maybe realise, because if there's anybody there at the back stick, it's
great
a simple
delivery.
finish.
Great delivery.
Santos, loose pass from Thiago Santos that time. Just an overzealous nature of the challenge, as Matt Overton went in a bit too strong. Myval got to the ball first. So back there for the opportunity, and well, it's over the bar from Bailey Wright. Decent chance that for Loughborough as they exploited the space down this left flank. He's set back from Thiago Santos and blazed over the crossbar. Chance maybe at the other end though here for Harper. Harper was cleared away by Santos.
Yeah, that was Loughborough's first chance for quite a while in the game, and that was a high quality chance for them, but just couldn't quite pull it off there.
Harper all the way back, and Woodworth gets that one all wrong, but was an opportunity at the other end for Loughborough. They managed to cut through the Bolton defence. Hume. Will there be a goal before the midway point, before the half-time break? Woodworth, good tackle, but it breaks back for Bailey Wright again here. Wright advancing alone. It's the kick in. Nothing coming of that particular attacking set-piece opportunity again for Loughborough though. Dean urged to go 1v1. Dean just lost his footing though at the crucial moment. Back to his feet now. Sets it back as well for Kernahan. Comfortable bread and butter work really for Jamie White. Barber, that time the offender, with the foul on Wright as he looked to try to go forward down the left wing. Takes Bolton onto 4 fouls now.
The effort before from Bolton from just about the halfway line, that they really are speculative shots. Those like for us as coaches, it's very much low percentage in terms of success. Can we get sort of within 10-12 metres where we can really cause some damage?
Myval does well down the line, inside there to Hume, and Hume sees his effort blocked away. Still there though for Hume. Barber recovers the situation momentarily, but Santos is there to apply the quick pressure. Bolton will be able to break clear from the back again, and Dean lofts it high. Harper gets his head to it, but doesn't break to anyone in black. Approaching the final minute now of this first half. Bailey Wright again looking to go 1v1 and take the game to the Bolton defence. Santos.
Bolton have worked incredibly hard out of possession here. They're really covering each other, making those recovery runs. And another unforced error.
Yeah, and that's their reward for the hard work. Hume putting it straight out of play and giving Bolton an opportunity to make some more changes as they freshen things up in the late stages now of this first period. That's another one of those speculative efforts from range, really.
Yeah, and a great decision there. They'd worked incredibly hard, Bolton, in the last 90 seconds or so, and to change their forward, make that line change with 50 seconds to go. A great decision there. Hume, it will have to be quick if there is to be a goal to come before half-time now. Else it will be stalemate at the midway point. Here's Myval though. Payne called into action. Some attacking kicking for Loughborough. Set for Santos. Only against Lawless though, and Lawless wriggles free of Santos initially. Wasn't kept in play though. Just crossed the line as Kernahan tried his best to keep the ball on the court.
Don't dive.
Kick in, Harvey, yeah? 7 seconds, I think. 7 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Clock runs down then at the end of this first half, and it's still stalemate. No breakthrough in the opening 20 minutes between Bolton and Loughborough in this first half. So it has proven to be a really closely fought opening 20 minutes. And as you said, Louis, basically it turns out to be a 20-minute match moving into the second half now.
Yeah, I think Bolton will be delighted with that first 20 minutes that they've defended really well. They've kept Loughborough to a couple of chances. Bolton have created a few chances themselves, and I think they're just going to grow in confidence in this, and it's up to Loughborough to crack the nut.
Certainly is. Well, half-time, no goals. It's Bolton 0, Loughborough 0.
class right to a lane. As soon as I land on the paper plane, few touch back in the M, 110 on the M, trying to take a chance. Big fat stack in my bag when I unzip, that's gonna make it rain. Call when we run down the streets, left wrist the screen. Say one more, what's going on? Why am I wet? Get on the street. Call when we run down the streets, left wrist the screen. Say one more, what's going on? Why am I wet? Get on the street. Yeah, I'm sick of some rappers and that, but I stay doing me, never cap on the track. Chill out, I'm packing the bag in the front, the M got a map on my back. She making cats and a snap in the back was the back to know when I'm tackling that. And I'm drinking and some yak in the glass, approaching the stack in the chat. Said I'm too young, got my games on top, but she got buzzed down like AJ's chains. Psycho jam with a pitch like Danger. What can I say when the brain can say it? Tell for the two-tone subbing and tell for the two face when the rate and plane. Don't come for a make it rain, turn up, stay in, turn up, get paid. 2-10-1, feeling my stress like delete them both, I'm so indecisive. Next out trying to attack, man, going on crazy, but I think I like it. More time I lose my head, but then I get stressed out, so I have to find it. Think I've got time for a side shit, no way, it's not riding in my way. I said say my name, first class right to a lane, as soon as I land on the paper plane. Few touch back in the M, 110 on the M, trying to take a chance. Big fat stack in my bag when I unzip, that's gonna make it rain. Call when we run down the street, right wrist to left wrist the screen. She said one more, what's going on? Why am I wet? Get left screen. Call when we run down the street, right wrist to left wrist the screen. She said one more, what's going on? Why am I wet? Get left screen. Attracted others like a magnet, giving them orgasms with my fellow accent. Still moving this flavor with the homies Blackstreet and Teddy, the original rough shakers. Down, good lord, baby gotta move it all over town. Strictly she don't play around, cover much ground, got game on down. Getting paid is a forte, each and every day, true play away. I can't get her out of my mind. Wow, I think about the girl all the time. East side to the west side, to some back drives, it's no surprise. She got chicks in the stash, and up the cash, fast when it comes to the gas. By no means address, it's on when she's got to have it. Baby, you're a perfect 10, I wanna get in, can I get down so high? I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity, I got to bag it up. She's got class and style, she's knowledge by the time, really never hot wild, very low key on the profile. Just feelings is a flow. Let me tell you how it goes. Curves the word, spins the verb. Lovers it curves so deep. What's your word? Rolling with the fatness, you don't even know what the half is. You got to pay to play. Just a shorty bang bang to look your way. I like the way you work it. Trunk tank all day, every day. You're blowing my mind, maybe in time. Baby, I can get you in my ride. I like the way you work it, no diggity. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity. I got to bag it up. Hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, hey, oh.
Welcome back to the National Cycling Centre in Manchester, where at half-time of this fixture in the men's Tier 1 of the National Futsal Series between Bolton and Loughborough students, well, it's still goalless. And the onus, as you said, at the end of that first half, Louis, really on Loughborough to take the game to Bolton in this second half, but they'll have their tails up as well and feel that they might be able to go on and win it also.
Yeah, Loughborough, second top goal scorers in NFS with 42 goals. So they're not too often they find themselves coming in at the end of the first half without a goal.
Yeah, well, Loughborough certainly did improve in the second half of their last league fixture when they came back from 3 goals down to draw 3-3 with London Helvecia. Let's see if they can improve in the second half again.
I think one of the things that's been missing for me for Loughborough in this game compared to the Helvecia game is the tempo they've played at. It's just nowhere near the intensity they've been at that game, and that's probably suited Bolton.
Teixeira here for Loughborough, happy to go back to the goalkeeper again, Jamie White. Loughborough often changing goalkeepers at half-time of fixtures in the league this season, but with no Bickerstaff, White will remain on. It's sent forward and was close to the goal of Joe Payne, but he was able to collect in the end. Ball clearance again. Kernahan trying to find Bulmer with that flicked pass, but it was quickly blocked away. Tyler Harding, the number 3, is on at the start of this second half for Loughborough. Starts this second period, one of those who's made his way through the different ranks of teams that Loughborough have within their student setup.
Yeah, Bolton haven't started well here. The possession has been mainly in their half of the court, and they've given away possession a couple of times.
Hunter's given it away there, though. Here's Kernahan. Kernahan tried to check back, but Hunter, with his recovery run and Teixeira behind in between them, did enough. Overton, back towards Overton again, but Harding has it now for Loughborough. Harding, nice play, sets it back. Now Teixeira. Teixeira. Payne came charging out. It was penalty area. Might have gone out of play anyway over on the far side, but alert goalkeeping.
Yeah, loads of pace here from Teixeira, and Joe Payne just getting there in time to make that, but flicking off Teixeira.
Yeah, it was the double ricochet
Yeah.
which took it out. Hunter, they're dispossessed. Couldn't be kept in though that time by Overton.
Bolton dropping off again and using their goalkeeper here at Loughborough.
Hunter. White, misplaced pass that time. Have to wonder as well how much Loughborough today missing Luke Abdi, who's been instrumental to much of their good play so far this season. He's not involved for them today. Nice flick round the corner from Johnny Langley. This is Teixeira. Still Bolton retreating back. It's worked well for them so far. Corner then from the left. For Loughborough and Teixeira. It's at an acute angle though for Hunter. Hunter again across to Harding, but didn't get that pass right that time.
And it just looks Bolton are happy to carry on with how they went on in the first half. So it'll be interesting to see if at some stage Bolton changes its approach and try and win the game.
Out of play for the kicking on the far side, and again White will venture forwards. Langley opened up for him momentarily there, but it was then closed down. White going back to the regular goalkeeping position now, and it's back to 4v4 play. Teixeira. With a large majority of possession, certainly since the restart, and it was that way towards the back end of the first half as well. But Bolton content with that. Harding can hold the ball at that time. Harding does have it now though. Back to Teixeira again. Hunter tried the reverse pass to find Harding, who'd found a little bit of space on the near side.
I think one of the main issues Loughborough are facing is there's so little space in behind to make those passes and for the through runs, but here's an opportunity.
Yeah, they've won it here with Hume. The referee's whistle goes for a foul given against Bolton for the challenge on Harding. His stint on court is done for the time being, as top goal scorer for Loughborough, Thiago Santos, is back onto court. There's a yellow card shown for that challenge as well there. Just as Harding offloaded possession.
So just going back to the point about with Loughborough in possession, because they're so deep, Bolton, it really does cause Loughborough issues in terms of the spacing behind the fix, and there's so little space to play, and anything within the penalty area Joe Payne will deal with anyway.
Hunter across to Hume again. Santos. Hunter can get the diagonal pass right though. It was too far behind Joe Hume and into the space which he just vacated. All the way back to Payne, who we've seen very little involvement in possession from today. He does usually like to come out and be involved in escaping from a high press or from a deep defensive third kicking, but Bolton have had limited possession overall. It's restricted his opportunities to do so. Barber. Kernahan. That's onto the far side. Nice footwork from Lawless. Out of play though. Lawless, who had that great opportunity in the first half, trying to make something of that particular attack. Kernahan will unleash from distance against a hopeful effort. Santos. Right, goes back to Tom Dorr, but he's then crowded out by Lawless. And towards the back stick it goes though for Santos, and Santos was just lunging in and couldn't quite reach it.
Yeah, they just got the break there. The rebound broke kindly for them, and then an excellent ball across the area. But as you say, Thiago Santos just caught on his heels a little bit there. Just commit. We spoke in the early games. Just commit to that second post.
Santos will find right. And Bolton had a couple of opportunities like that in the first half when nobody was ready to tap home at the second post. That time Santos wasn't quite there either. Barber urged to go 1v1 by Stuart Cook. Woodworth across the Lawless, and again Bulmer wasn't quite there at the back stick. It flashed wide.
But that was a good period of possession for Bolton. We saw just before the cross went in, they had three in line, missed the middle player out, over to the far side, and then again agonisingly no one on the second post, or not close enough. But Bolton showed us there what they could do in possession.
Across to Santos, switching the play from right to left. Hume opts to take the strike on. Payne will comfortably see it behind again though. Sign of the frustrations perhaps, and patience running out for Loughborough. Taking on strikes from that sort of distance with so many bodies between the ball and intended target.
I really do think if you're shooting from that distance, you absolutely have to have a cannon of a shot, just absolutely something for our standard.
Set piece here in the attacking half for Bolton. Woodworth cut out though by Santos. Neither of these two teams have been involved in a game with less than 3 goals in the top flight this season. It's still goalless between the pair of them here. White, nice step over. Seven and a half played since the resumption now. Santos got himself in a bit of a tangle with Lawless. Hume has it though. Right. Santos, it's cut out well by Woodworth. Had a potential chance for a 3v2 there, Louis, if they could have worked it better, but as it were, it was an enforced error really, and out of play, gifting the ball back to Loughborough.
Yeah, just needed a little bit more quality there. And as you say, the 3 versus 2 was on.
Right, checks back inside onto his left foot. Well blocked though. There's Hume trying to work the shooting angle. His teammate to the left wanted it. Dorr. Rogers now though for Bolton.
Just a bit of scrappy play there, about 3 or 4 turnovers of possession. They got a bit basketball-like there. neither team able to hang on to possession.
Dean never thought about an overlapping run, but instead stayed back as support for Rogers. Cut out well though, and there might be a 3v2 here for Loughborough, but again the pass not quite on point, and the chance comes to nothing.
That was a really good opening. They worked for themselves there, and it just needed a quality ball in, but it just killed the move.
Dean fouled there by Wright, which takes us to one apiece on the second half foul count. Dean drawing the foul. He's been named in the England under-19 squad for their upcoming European Games, Robbie Dean. Hume closes that one down, but Rogers will see it back to Payne.
Again, delayed the pass there, the opportunity was on, but just waited and waited and lost possession.
Myval twisting and turning and still going on. Myval up against both Dean and Rogers, trying to make the most of it if he could. Rogers to win the corner. Myval straight in. It's only out again for take two. Could have set piece. Proved to be the route to goal for either of the two teams. Loughborough trying to work. Corner which was taken short there. Rogers blocked away again. Dean though now for Bolton. Dean still, and it flashes across the face of goal. It's been the case far too often in the game.
Yeah, you can hear Stuart Cook in the background going, go 1v1, 1v1.
Morgan fouled there.
So Robbie Dean there just on his turn, and you can hear Stuart Cook saying to him, saying not there, turning into the player, causing a possession turnover which led to the foul.
Hume wants to play cross from right to left, and Loughborough do manage to get the shot away, but it's again just speculative. Woodruff collects the ball forwards, but Myval likewise. Morgan involved in the pivot role at the moment for Loughborough. As Hume allowed to advance forwards, finds the pass across to Morgan as well. Header away from Woodruff, clears the danger.
I think we've got to say that Bolton out of possession today have been excellent. They've had the cover on most of the time, and there we saw us reacting very quickly to get the ball away.
Dropping ever deeper though Bolton, and inviting the strike from White. They feel as though that should have been a corner there, Loughborough. Payne with the long distribution again. Went well though by the Loughborough captain. pressure from Dean as he attempts an opportunity to get his toe in and get a touch to the ball.
I think as well as Bolton are doing, a draw isn't any good to them, Isaac. You know, that at some point they're going to have to start to gamble maybe a little bit more, take a few more risks, because they really, if they're serious about being involved in the playoffs at the end of the season, then 3 points is vital here today.
It certainly is a big game. I think we've seen that illustrated by the tight affair that it's proven to be. Payne again is down, this time holding his right thigh. Morgan here in conversation with Myveld ahead of this latest corner set piece.
Treatment. Yep.
Calling for treatment here, I think, Joe Payne, which is a concern for Bolton. There is no substitute goalkeeper on their bench today. I'd hope that Payne would be able to continue. Manchester Club Physio is on to see to Joe Payne, our host today, Manchester. And they will be in action up next against Wessex. 2:10 is the kick-off time for that one, before today's games will be rounded off with York up against Hartpury, kicking off at 4:15. So it's a timeout that's not really now, Louis, and an opportunity for the two coaches to get the messages on board to their players, and also an opportunity to the Bolton squad, who've had to come under a lot of pressure so far in the game defensively, have a bit of a rest break, and it's mentally tough out there for them when they're defending so long.
Yeah, and just sort of looking at the injury here with Joe Payne, I mean, he's definitely not someone to stay down, and you know, this is obviously a serious nature for him to have been sat down for a minute and a half or so now. But as you say, Bolton get a chance to have a respite, a regroup, look at what they're doing at the moment. Stuart Cook probably trying to get a few more instructions about their organisation, and Loughborough on the other hand working out how to try and crack this problem at the moment.
Yeah, well, Payne is back to his feet, which is a good sign. But if he weren't able to continue, then it would be a real conundrum for Bolton as to what they would do in dealing with the issue. Looks as though he will continue to soldier on, at least for the time being, and we will then resume with this corner. 8 minutes and 35 seconds left on the clock. It's still 0-0. Morgan assessing all options. Lofts it high for a volley for Myveld. Myveld will go for it again, and it's blocked away again to Shearer with another hopeful effort.
But another good block as well on the second block there.
Yeah, strong defending, as it has been right from the get-go today for Bolton. Set back for Myveld. Might ricochet through towards Langley, but Payne was able to pounce. Woodworth controls well. Oh, across to the second post, it's 1-0. Bolton's Mikey Bulmer is on hand at the second post to tap home. And Bolton will feel that they deserve that. They lead here by a goal to 0.
It's amazing what can happen when you have a player on the second post, Isaac. A really well worked move there. Good distribution from Joe Payne, who seemed to recover from his injury. And then literally a tap in there for Mikey Bulmer. But this will change the game, I think, now. Certainly Loughborough have got to think about their approach and what they do, and that's going to open up the game more for Bolton. So brilliant, intriguing last 8 minutes coming up.
Yeah, well, Loughborough, who've had a whole host of possession, especially in the second half, but haven't really been able to create clear-cut opportunities on goal. Bolton have stood firm, and Bolton have gone down the other end of the court and made them pay. Hit them hard. It's 1-0. And now Loughborough really do need to change something. Myveld, he's been dispossessed though by Dean, and Dean might be in here for Bolton. Could he get better? Dean prods it wide.
That's a great bit of work by Robbie Dean. Steals the ball back, 1v1, just couldn't quite find the finish.
Nearly 2-0 for Bolton. It's Langley though for Loughborough, and Payne will take those all day.
And you can almost feel the Bolton energy has gone up from what that goal has done for their confidence.
Seven
7 minutes to play. Bolton again, of course, now still dropping back. They have a 1-goal lead to defend now. Morgan miscontrols.
And although Rafe Barber was there was no real intense pressure, and the ball was given away.
Yeah, loose that time from the Loughborough skipper. Barber is taken away from him that time by Morgan. Langley managed to dig the shot out, but it was always a tough ask. Bolton still travelling forward, and White takes that one. Morgan inside for Teixeira, but he couldn't quite get there.
Loughborough working 3 in line there. Teixeira made the run through, but just as you said, Isaac just couldn't quite get on the end of that one.
Teixeira has it here, skips by Barber. Teixeira denied though by Payne. Teixeira tried to play the pass to Hunter, but it was the execution on the set piece that was the problem. Myveld continues on, forced wide, and overruns the ball.
Good work again from Bolton there, forcing him, and then runs out of court there.
Yeah, it was just forced up a dead end. There, Jan Myveld. At the other end, it's Connor Kernahan who's penalised for handball. Bolton on the attack, Kernahan towards the back stick. It's intercepted there though, and now Loughborough have bodies flooding forwards. It didn't reach right. It was cut out just in the nick of time.
I think just as he turned his back, it hit him on the back there and got the fortunate deflection away from the trouble.
Yeah, because that could have been big trouble for Bolton. Didn't take their opportunity as they came forward with an overload on the attack, and it led to the transition down the other end. That one's smashed high and wide by Myveld. Bulmer, the Bolton goal scorer. Forward again for Mikey Bulmer. Bulmer in search of Lawless, who had space there, but it was too close to the goalkeeper. Harding. Myvald flicks it forward, parallel down the line.
I'm just wondering whether Jose Llorente's mind, whether he's thinking about the fly now with less than 5 minutes to go. How long does he persist with this, or does he roll the dice?
Yeah, well, you'd imagine that they would at some stage, Loughborough. Time is running low for them now. The game that ahead of it, they would have wanted to win. They would have expected to win probably as well, especially given Bolton's recent results. It's a poor touch though from Bournemouth. Harding. Back to Tyler Harding again. Now Hume. Hume, but good challenge. White still allowed to travel forwards. Hunter. Loughborough kicking. Hume. Way out and behind. There's no sign of a fly goalkeeper yet, Louis, but certainly something which you think Jose Llorente will be considering. It's when to deploy that tactic, I suppose.
But at the moment, you're sort of looking at Loughborough in possession and they're not really creating that much. And Bolton, as we go into the last 4 minutes, this is really a test of their concentration and their focus and being able to see this out.
Barber there managing to shift the angle to shoot, but we're taking something special to beat the goalkeeper from that sort of distance again. Hume. Harding away from Woodworth. Collected though by Payne.
And I think Bolton are comfortable with that, the way Loughborough are playing, letting them have the size, get the cross in. But from there, it's got to be something really special to cause Bolton a problem. I think we're going with the fly.
Goalkeeper. So the fly goalkeeper on for Loughborough with just over 3 minutes left of playing time. Bolton being ordered in position by Stuart Cook, who watches on from the sidelines. Towards the back post for Hume. It's sent clear, long down court, and Loughborough will have to restart with the goal clearance. Stuart Cook, I think, just handing the timeout card in as well. So we'll see that next time. The ball's out in Bolton's possession. Bailey Wright is wearing the goalkeeper's jersey for Loughborough. Can Loughborough here penetrate the Bolton defence then? To Shearer. All the way across to Wright. It's out of play though. And there will be a timeout here. Indeed then called by Bolton with 2.5 minutes left on the clock. And it's Bolton who lead by a goal to nil.
So I think we can see Stuart Cook there. He'll just be setting up how they'll be tactically. So for most people, it's going to be when the ball's in the middle of the court, you're a diamond, and if the ball goes out to the side, you're a square. And can you cover the ball down the side and just make sure the diagonal ball can't get through, whether that's going forward or back for a setback. And then obviously getting possession, it's about taking your opportunity. If the ball ends up in Joe Payne's hands, he'll only have one thing in his mind. So two and a half minutes, it'll feel like the longest 2.5 minutes for them for sure, because they've worked really hard for this Bolton. And Loughborough, well, it's going to just be interesting to see how they set up now after this timeout. And the clock is against them, but for me, as we spoke in the earlier game, it's about how quickly you move the ball, the players that are going to create that space for you. Can you find a 1-2 and then finish?
Yeah, well, Bolton at this stage of their last league fixture led by just a single goal. They went on to lose that game away against Wessex. Here, Bolton with 2.5 minutes left and leading by just a single goal. Can they here this time hold on? Ball short for Woodworth, and he goes long. Rogers couldn't control that time, and Loughborough, as expected, with the fly goalkeeper back on. Bolton, though, pressing now to try to stop Loughborough setting up in that shape. It's heading goal bound. Oh, it's a header off the line as well, as the goalkeeper switched. What a big clearance that could prove to be. What a big moment it could prove to be in the greater scheme of things if Loughborough can go on and score.
Loughborough took a huge gamble there getting their fly keeper on, and they almost paid the price, but with 2 minutes now they're back in the position they want to be.
Right. He's though dispossessed, and it's then cleared away. Wright will make way again for the regular goalkeeper in white. Woodworth long again, and Rogers with another header again. That time off target. Right on for White, but can Loughborough get this right? It's forward to the fly goalkeeper now. Blocked away again though. Almost got two at the back here, Loughborough, and three higher up the court. Right again.
Again, they're just able to contain this, as you say. The two middle players, they're almost too narrow, and I think they're finding it difficult to get the pass out quickly.
1:22 the clock now reads. Again, it's the same setup. Teixeira, side netting.
He just didn't quite control that, and the ball slipped out to the right, and has just changed his shooting angle. I imagine Joe Payne's going to go long here.
He does indeed send that one long for Woodworth. It's back across the face of goal and has to be turned away by White.
Great distribution from Joe Payne, but Woodworth did a brilliant job there to send it back across.
Lofted in for Rogers. Clipped away again though. The call from the Bolton bench was to keep the ball and run the clock down. Rogers sends it all the way back to Payne. He sends it all the way long down court again. Nobody there for Loughborough that time, and it kind of sums up their day. Just haven't been able to break through the Bolton defence. Not often, as you mentioned earlier, Louis, that Loughborough don't score. That looks as though, going into the last minute, it could well be the case today. Rogers, back across, but Teixeira was able to nip in, but then in the follow-up ran the ball over the line.
Right now, the game's being played in the wrong half of the court for Loughborough. Bolton are doing an absolutely fantastic job here of running this clock down and denying Loughborough possession.
Good turn from Rogers, and good save as well from White. This is exactly where Bolton want the ball. Not now, in the hands of White. And Loughborough will have an opportunity to come again. Bolton will press again though. It's all very frantic. And the referee blows his whistle for the foul. It's on the net, but it's not going to count. 25 seconds. Bolton so close now
Hume, good turn, Hume, it's just wide. Wow, well that one was close.
Yeah, that was definitely heart in their mouths moment there. Great turn.
It's a Bolton ball with 12 seconds left on the clock. Edging ever closer. It would have to be a grandstand finish now for Loughborough. It's another foul and another frustrating moment for Loughborough.
9 seconds.
Bolton play out and it goes back again to their goalkeeper. Payne sends it long. It's in the air for as long as possible. There's 2 seconds left. It will have to be sent long. Long it is sent, but there's the buzzer to sound for the end of this fixture. Bolton have put in a really strong display, a really strong defensive display, and got the goal to win it. Mikey Bulmer with the all-important touch at the second post. The only goal of the game to split the two teams. 1-0 is the final score. Louis, Bolton have been really good today. They deserve that.
Yeah, I have to give full credit to Bolton. I thought Loughborough would edge this at the start. I did think it was going to be a close game, but Bolton came with a very clear game plan and they stuck to it 100%. And then the one quality chance they had, they finished. And Bolton put themselves certainly now into contention for a top 4 place with the run-in.
Yeah, well, they certainly do. And that's a big 3 points to bounce back from defeat against Wessex last time out. Full time, Bolton 1, Loughborough 0.
Type of place to raise kids in. Open the eyes to the lies. History's too foul, but I'm as wise as the whole how. Plus the old child seeing things like I was controlling, click rolling, tricking 6 digits on kicks and still holding. Trips to Paris, I civilized every savage. Give me one shot, I turn trite like Jalabi. Political prisoner, sentence stress free. So work release, firmament breeze and jet skis. Feel the wind breeze in West Indies. I think Coretta Scott can many of the cities in the world things the willies. And sound foul and every time I leave it go downtown. I open every cell in Attica, send them to Africa. Imagine that. Making moves in Atlanta, back and forth script. But you can have all the chips. You poor or rich, still nobody wanna make that have a shit. If I rule the world and everything in it, sky's the limit. I push it 2, 4, 5 infinity. There wouldn't be no such thing as jealousy, some deep felony. Strictly living longevity to the destiny I thought I never see. Reality struck, better find out before the time's out. Imagine that. I see you.
kick off here in game 3. Manchester Futsal Club taking on Wessex. Tickets for the half-time draw. Half-time draw tickets are still available. Just make your way down to the ticket desk. counting down to kick off here at the National Cycling Centre. Our teams are in the tunnel. It is almost match day. Show your appreciation for today's teams, Wessex Futsal Club and your home team, Manchester Futsal!
Hello again and welcome back to the National Cycling Centre in Manchester, and it is our hosts Manchester who are in action here as they face Wessex. Already today we have seen 2 games played with wins for first Bloomsbury 5-2 over Helvecia, and Bolton beat Loughborough by a single goal to nil. And here Wessex will be looking to continue off the back of their win last time out. Manchester, it's a bit of a free hit for them as they look to continue with their qualification in the top 4. Let's see how the 2 teams line up then, starting with Wessex. Manchester, who are at home today, but Wessex are down on the fixture as the home team. Ben O'Hanlon is the starting goalkeeper. Terry New, the captain, also starts. Adam Barr, Jordan Matthews and Felipe Lima are the rest of their starting team. The substitute goalkeeper is Charlie Budd. The rest of their substitutes are Ahmed Alhana, Tom McGarrell, Harris Bazida, Guy Baradas, Anthony Barbosa and Jack Donker, now coached by Jeff Bonner. For Manchester then, Kai Bone is back today and he starts between the sticks for them. Harry Tozer, Jake Barnes, Jeff Aduberfort and Scott Thompson are the rest of the starting lineup for Manchester. Miles Chadwick drops back to the substitute bench, having played the last fixture. Thomas Unitovic is also on the bench alongside Raul Radulescu, Jordan Edge, Sam Richardson, Uriel Araujo and Danny Stapleton. Sam Richardson is the player coach. So then, Louis, an excellent result for Wessex last time out at their host event, Manchester's host event here today, and you'd expect that they would be the side certainly favourites ahead of it, but Wessex, can they build from that?
Yes, Isaac. Well, both coaches I do know quite well, and I know, speaking to Jeff Bonner a little while ago, he was really confident that they could build on this. They're in a little bit of form, a draw and a win, as you say, and they've got Felipe Lima back, who I know very well because he was my captain back in 2019-20 when St Mary's University won the league that season. And he's a very skillful player. He's a leader. He's starting the game. And there's a couple of other or one of them's current actually, Ahmed Al-Hana, who you've mentioned. Really skillful player on the ball, and Guy Baradas, who's finding his way in the game. So I think they're pretty much at full strength here today, Wessex. And I know Jeff's been working really hard with them in out of possession, and clearly, you know, Adam Barr is a leader, another ex-St Mary's player. So do have the players. It's just the inconsistency that they've had, and they've been in games and not been able to put their chance away. But on the flip side, I think for Manchester, this is a bit of a free hit because the previous game, the result's gone their way. So there's a 5-point gap. They'll pretty much have second place sewn up in their mind. So I think they really get a free hit to have a go at this. So it's going to be an intriguing game. And it's going to be interesting to see how Wessex start and how the Jordan Matthews is obviously a real threat for Wessex. He's got goals in him. So let's see how this is a very strong starting four that Wessex have got in Adam Barr, Terry New, Jordan and Felipe Lima.
Yes, you mentioned Jordan Matthews. He is the league's second top goal scorer so far this season, just 2 behind Eddie Amarim of Bloomsbury. Very much leading the way in terms of goals for Wessex this campaign. We are underway then. It's Wessex in their change strip of light blue, kicking from left to right, and Manchester in the yellow and black.
Those shirts are definitely yellow.
Duberforce, so often such an important player for Manchester, wearing the number 7 shirt. Involved from the off. Here it comes across to Barnes. Duberforce forward to Thompson, wide right, and it's blocked away by Lima. Blocked again, that time by New. Ben O'Hanlon, the starting goalkeeper again for Wessex today. They have been shifting between O'Hanlon and Bud a lot in the first weeks of the season. But O'Hanlon played the whole of the last league fixture. Maybe he'll be able to cement his place as the first choice shot stopper. Thompson now for Manchester. Barnes. Tozer back to Barnes again. He wriggles through, but only up against Barr and New, and between them they managed to send the ball out again on the far side. Tozer continues on. It's palmed away by O'Hanlon and then smashed high and wide by Barnes.
So I think similar to the last game, we'll see Wessex to really just try and solidify their game and take the sting out of Manchester's attack and just defend properly. I think that's been one of the issues with Wessex, is the inconsistency in their out of possession. But I know Jeff has been working on that over the last few weeks. So hopefully we'll see that here in the play, and they'll give Manchester a tougher task than they previously had.
Yeah, well, first 90 seconds played as Tozer goes on there. It's towards the back stick, but it just evaded Barnes. It's a bit of a let-off for Wessex. Tozer did well to skip away from Matthews initially.
He just slightly overcommitted on that challenge, Jordan Matthews.
Forward here for Wessex, but it was wayward of where Lima was. Previous outing between the two teams back in November, it finished 9-4 to Manchester.
Good work from Lima there to cut that line off.
Barnes inside to Duberforce. Barnes again, Manchester moving the ball nicely, but it's all ahead of Wessex at the moment. All in front of their defensive setup. Barnes, nice ball up, and it's set back for a Duberforce. 1-0 Manchester. Well, it took them little over 2.5 minutes, and Jeff Duberforce comes up with yet another goal for Manchester.
Yeah, Jake Barnes, the architect of that, starting to move off to the right-hand side, and then the ball inside was perfectly placed, and a clinical finish. Felipe Lima just couldn't quite recover from the other side of the court to get in front there. But in games like this, when you concede a goal like that, you just got to make sure you don't panic and try and get that goal back straight away. Just solidify what you're trying to do, and can you get control back of the game. But Manchester have started off impressively, it has to be said.
Yeah, certainly just the start that Manchester were looking for. That will settle any early nerves. O'Hanlon keen to get on with things quickly, in search of talisman Matthews again. Adam Barr to take this kick in for Wessex. Just so back to Matthews. New return ball was meant for the run of Matthews, but too much on it.
So Wessex at the moment seem to be happy to sit back half court on Manchester.
Matthews. Now Lima. Thompson managed to keep the ball in play, and after that was able to win his side the kick in two. It's inside to Stapleton, who tried to turn away, but he's given the ball away to Matthews, and the goalkeeper had to retreat back as well. Thompson, I beg your pardon, was back there for Manchester. Was wayward of the goal anyway in the end. Here's Thompson now. Edge back to Thompson. Thompson, second post. Tozer back for Stapleton again, and this time it's wide.
And that diagonal ball causing Wessex a lot of problems there. Brilliant ball floating away from the defender, but Tozer couldn't quite finish it, but managed to recover to set it back. An opportunity wide.
Goalkeeper's ball, goal clearance for Miles Chadwick, who is indeed on from the start for Manchester. It was Kai Bone named as the starting goalkeeper, but Chadwick has taken his position from the off. Thompson goes on. New was correctly positioned to make the block. Manchester here with the kick in. Still inside the opening 5 minutes, just the one goal has gone Manchester's way. Back looking for Araujo, formerly of London Helvecia last season, of course, or making the move to Manchester in the summer. Short for him to strike here, but it's his own teammate in the end, I think, in Thompson. Stapleton kicking off Barr.
Right now, I think you'd have to say that Manchester are in full control of this game.
Yeah, and I think they'll be really happy with the start that they've made.
I think what Sam Richardson's done with Manchester has been excellent. He's really got a young team, well organised. Everyone knows their role. They're very much a team, and no one's got a big ego, and they just get on with it.
That one's deflected just high and wide of Ben O'Hanlon's goal as Stapleton took the shot on. Edge in towards Thompson, 2-0. Well, Thompson found space in the centre of Wessex's defensive setup, and no mistake with the finish either. Thompson doubles the lead.
Yeah, that was just a little bit too easy there for Manchester. A really basic setup, and they've succeeded with scoring.
Wessex defender perhaps just tried to creep forward, and in doing so opened up that gap. Manchester took full advantage. Out of play on the near side. Right in front of the official Paul Waitley.
And that point you made there, Isaac, about defenders they take that little gamble half a step. As like for me, I'll always ask the player just to wait until the ball's been played, that trigger, then go. But as you saw there, he was slightly half turned and the ball got through.
Edge twisting and turning again, and digs out the shot. It's a good save by O'Hanlon.
And again, Manchester getting a player on the post there just in case anything spilled out.
Long range strike again, and it's similar outcome. Araujo. Wessex deal with it and break forwards. Two nil it stays, and Wessex yet to really get flowing at all. They haven't really threatened in Manchester's half.
No, I think that's fair. They've just struggled to get any sort of toehold in this game, and it's all Manchester at the moment.
Najtovic was arriving late there for Manchester, but couldn't quite reach it in time. Wessex here with a kick in, and let's see if they can put a spell of possession together. Attacking forward here, down wide right, and it was a decent run from Kowalczyk. Wearing number 15 for Wessex today.
That was much better from Wessex. They showed a bit of patience, worked and moved them around, got them disorganised, and then able to create the shot. You can see Manchester's patience here in the build-up play. Just working those little pockets of space.
Player waiting at the back stick again. That time was Jordan Edge as Najtovic tried to feed the ball through to him. Thomas Najtovic, another one of those who have been brought into the England under-19s squad for the upcoming fixtures. Very much a part of the Manchester first team setup now. Corner for Manchester and Edge. Edge into a do-before again, finding space in the centre of the Wessex defence. Didn't lead to goal that time, but it was the same idea. Set back, but only to a Najtovic. Now a do-before. Still a do-before. Just couldn't quite get the shot away.
But kept possession for Manchester there.
Yeah, retaining the ball, a do-before. Now will shoot. It's all being played at Manchester's tempo at the moment. Really dictating things. Three in a line worked well as it's taken by the middleman of that in Edge. Tried to turn and shoot with his favoured right. Well held up that time, and it was slammed away and ends up all the way back with Chadwick.
Wessex sitting really deep now, almost probably 10, 12 metres from their goal line.
A loose ball that time though, and Wessex do have the possession here. Kicking there taken by Bazida. It's out for another Wessex kicking. You can see the Manchester home support on the near side. Manchester's National Cycling Centre, where the games this weekend are being played from. Charlie Budd is on for Wessex to replace O'Hanlon.
Budd seems to be the preferred option when they're looking for the goalkeeper support.
Barnes towards the back post again, and Dubeful was very close to it. Not sure if he actually made contact with that or if it was the defender that turned it the way of the goalkeeper. Wessex struggling to escape.
Great work from Barnes there with a step over, forced the angle, got the ball in a perfect position. Manchester just couldn't quite finish.
Forward over the top, but it's allowed to trickle all the way through. Manchester have the possession once more. More changes waiting in the wings for Manchester. Thompson, one of those prepared to come back on. Tozer, he's lost out that time though, and Wessex have won the ball on halfway. Corner given. What can Wessex here then work from this set piece? It was all the way through and nobody was there anyhow for Wessex. That's a good tackle. Had to time it right and did. Decent save from O'Hanlon, needed saving. Manchester corner. All the way across here for Stapleton to volley. Seen him score goals like that on a number of occasions in games gone by, both this season and last, but Danny Stapleton not on the mark that time.
At the moment, this is just really comfortable for Manchester. They're playing at their tempo, really just commanding the game.
Good challenge. Good sliding tackle from Barbosa. Another set piece opportunity though for Manchester. It's set for a strike from Stapleton again. So outcome though off target. Kowalczyk. Wessex with a rare spell of possession inside their own half. Asking the question as to whether that was handball there, Barbosa, but it was struck very close to Stapleton. Nice layoff from Barbosa. Alhanna was on the receiving end of it. It's an opportunity to shoot. Back up again, Barbosa's there, so was Alhanna, and it's out on the near side. That was the latest save from the Wessex goalkeeper. I think Wessex would have known going into the game that their goalkeepers would have to be in fine form today if they are to get anything from it. coming together there between Stapleton and one of the Wessex players. It was somewhat off the ball. An interesting one to see again. Danny Stapleton's turned away, holding his face after it. Maybe
it's hard to know on that one, really, whether what intent there was there.
Yeah, a bit of 6 for one and half a dozen the other, perhaps. I think the card is going to come out, though, from Paul Waitley, and it's been shown to Danny Stapleton. Wessex get the foul and subsequent free kick, so Stapleton becomes the first man booked today in this game.
Excuse me. Off. Treatment on. No, he didn't. Excuse me. Don't argue. He's going off. Off. He had no treatment. No, come on. It's my fault. It's my fault again. I didn't tell you.
Bazida, nice wall pass. Bazida could be in here for Wessex. It's over the goalkeeper, but over the bar as well.
Much better there from Wessex, 1-2 to get themselves out of trouble.
It's a chance that for Wessex and Harris Bazida. They'd have got one back there, then it would have changed the picture somewhat. Tozer. Loose pass, and Barnes commits the foul. It was an obvious one.
He just wasn't in a position to make any sort of meaningful challenge there, apart from committing the foul.
Araujo after it for Manchester, breaks here instead. Back for Anitovic, but it's cut behind Barnes. All the way up to New, across the face of goal, but nobody at the second post for Wessex.
And that's probably not the last time we're going to say that today.
Teasing ball across the face of goal, wasn't it?
Tremendous ball.
Yeah, just needed someone there to tap it home. Araujo's now gone down. This time it's Wessex who are penalised. Adam Barr with a talking to this time from the far side referee, Oli Rodriguez-Ballinger. 2-1 on the foul count now in this first half.
Be interested to see what sort of set piece they've got from this position.
Yeah, well, Thompson is lurking behind the goalkeeper at the moment, making his way towards the back stick now. And Thompson is there, and Thompson scores. 3-0 Manchester. And they are now well on their way already to picking up the 3 points. They're very much in the driving seat.
A really simple set piece, just a little decoy run across the defence and then the finish.
That's 2 today now for the Manchester number 18. Thompson will be delighted with that.
And right now you just feel that Manchester are in total control of this game, and Wessex is going to have to produce something very special from here to get anything out of this game. But once again, set pieces proving how vital they are in futsal. I think it's somewhere between 25 to 30% of goals are scored in set pieces.
Yeah, it's staggering when you think about it, how much set pieces can impact games. And well, 2 of the Manchester goals that they've scored in this one so far have come from set pieces. One a corner, and then the free kick with Thompson providing the finishing touch. Goals number 6 and 7 now so far this season for Scott Thompson. Matthews tries to collect, but it was an awkward one. Araujo for edge. Good save that time by O'Hanlon.
Yeah, O'Hanlon out very quickly, sensed the danger, shut the space down.
Yeah, Jordan Edge, Manchester number 9, trying to get in on the scoring act in this first half, but good goalkeeping. Just took the brute force of the strike by the looks of things. Referee making sure all is good for him to continue. Araujo shifting the angle. Knew that time, winning the foul off Thompson.
I think we'll go with the tactical foul there to stop to break that move down.
Yeah, that's 3-1 on the foul count now with just over 6 minutes left to play of this first half. Back into Edge. Araujo wanted that one back, but it never came his way. And it looks as though we're going to have a timeout here, then called by Sam Richardson and Manchester. So 3 goals up and into the final 6 minutes of the first half. They'll be really happy at this stage.
Yeah, I think Sam, he'll look at that and think, well, we've got control of the game. We're in a healthy position. We just need to keep doing what we're doing. We don't need to change anything. They're in total control. Whereas Jeff, he's been in this position before. 2 of the goals have just been lack of concentration or lack of focus from the set piece restart, and those are the sort of things that they really need to iron out if they're going to progress in this league and try and get some wins. But it's a big problem for Jeff at the moment. 3-0 down, Manchester in control of the game, and I guess at this point Sam Richardson will probably be saying to them, look, don't get off the game plan, stick to what you're doing, make those runs, be on the second post, just support each other, keep possession, and we'll end up with these 3 points. It's just doing what's got them ahead so far.
Yeah, I think the disappointing thing for Wessex is what you alluded to, really, Louis. It's hard enough to play against a team of Manchester's quality any day, but when you've had a couple of lapses in concentration moments which have led to goals, then that's only going to make the task even more difficult. I think it's the nature of the goals that they've conceded that will be the biggest concern, really, and frustration for Jeff Bonner.
What you really want from your players is to do all the basics really well. If you've got that laid, then everything else can happen.
Restart then with the Manchester corner. It was just about kept in play, but no Manchester player was there for the cutback.
But if there is one player from Wessex that can get goals out of nothing, it's Jordan Matthews.
Certainly, we've seen that from him. None less so than in their previous league fixture. That one was an effort on goal from Matthews, which via the deflection could have ended up being problematic for Chadwick. Always a bit of a lottery as to where deflected strikes like that will end up in or wide. Except for another strike on goal. Wessex getting the shots away from their kick-ins and corner set pieces. Just provided them with a little opportunity, this succession of set pieces, to apply some pressure, ask some questions at least of Manchester. Matthews struck that one well, and it broke back as well with Felipe Lima in and around the danger zone. Here's New, sets it back for Lima. 3-1. Good goal that, and Wessex are on the score sheet.
And the first bit of sloppy play from Manchester, really, a poor pass out that got intercepted, some smart play to play inside, and Felipe Lima does what he does from that distance and gives Wessex a lifeline.
Certainly is a lifeline. They'll be looking now to build from here. And let's see what they can do in the remaining 5 minutes, just over, of this first half. It's a setback for Manchester, who've been pegged back to just the 2 goals ahead now.
You know, we spoke about the timeout and Manchester just doing their jobs and carry on, but it was a really poor pass out that got intercepted. Good play from New there to spot it.
Over the top in search of New. Matthews was there as well, but Wessex have 2 bodies ahead of the ball here, and that's problematic towards the second post, and it's touched in by Araujo. Well, Wessex lost the ball in the middle third of the court, and Manchester take full advantage.
Yep, they overcommitted on the defensive side there, just didn't make that tackle, and then it was 2 players were left stranded up the pitch, and Wessex just totally overloaded there, and a simple goal in the end.
3-goal Manchester lead is restored.
So frustrating for a coach when you get back in the game and there's a lifeline, and then it's taken away from you straight away.
Referee in amongst that, the aftermath of that goal just indicating a rolling foul as well, which takes Wessex on to 2. Goals then in this first half, and 4 of them for Manchester, 2 of them for Thompson, Adubafor and Araujo, the other Manchester scorers. Knightovich, good ball. Tozer's there as well, but not quite in time.
Another good opportunity. Tozer, as you say, just not been able to get there. But they're creating these chances, Manchester.
Ramsey. And Matthews. Barr, better spell of possession for Wessex. It's across to Matthews, good ball. Matthews forward to Ramsey. It's Ramsey who was maybe causing 2 minds as to what to do with that one. Tried to cut it back for Barr in the end, I think.
Well, Wessex really showed what they could do there. Really patient with the ball, kept it in the right places. Some great runs, but into the final third caused them a problem.
Yeah, a couple of really neatly threaded passes from Jordan
Yeah.
Matthews as well, which helped unlock the Manchester defence. Wessex will need more of that. Adubafor. That one displays high and wide. It's gone out for a kick, in fact, in the end. Kowalczyk there back on for Wessex with just over 3 minutes left of this first period. Past Matthews that time to Ramsey. Tozer after it, but Kowalczyk is there for Wessex. Kowalczyk clears.
Again, good pressure for Manchester there. Once the goalkeeper had been used, cut his options off and just forced him to clear it.
Terry New just on the far side of the picture, one of the Wessex substitutes at the moment, needing some attention from the match physio. Tozer, here's Stapleton now, Northern Irish international of course.
Great feet.
So silky with his footwork a do before, and it's opened up this door for Manchester again. Ramsey well positioned that time.
Just that little give and go there. Vital interception.
Stapleton. Do before, back to Danny Stapleton, and it's turned behind by Barr.
We're seeing Manchester with a lot of we talk about the three in line and the middle player driving through to open up the space and take the player away, and they're doing that so successfully at the moment, and it's causing Wessex a lot of problems.
Stapleton across here to Barnes. Barnes gets the shot in, but it's quickly blocked away. He is Manchester's top goal scorer ahead of this game today, Jake Barnes, with 8 goals so far this season. A do before. Over the bar that time.
Again, his feet movement is just so quick, so adept. Great manipulation of the ball there. Just getting slightly under the shot.
Stapleton as we move into the final minute of this first half. Barnes, oh, nice turn. Barnes goes on as well. It would have been some goal had Stapleton turned it in. Danny Stapleton feels there was a foul in there, as he appeals for a penalty. Stapleton needs to be careful in his complaints because he has already been booked. Very nearly just escaped the slide of the goalkeeper and went through the legs of O'Hanlon.
I think he felt that maybe that challenge was a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, certainly gave the referee a decision to make. Stapleton again, that time it's blocked there by Al-Hanna. To Welsh it goes back as Wessex try to build again, but they're running out of time in this half. Barbosa is leading the press for Wessex. Tozer breaks clear of it though, and might be one last opportunity for a set and shot on goal with just the single second left in the half. But that will be that for half time, and Manchester happy, Louis, with how this first half's gone. Wessex haven't been able to continue on from their comeback victory last time out. Hasn't turned out that way for them so far. It's been a difficult first half for them. Manchester in control.
Yeah, I think you've just summed it up there, Isaac. They've been in total control. Wessex gave themselves a little bit of a lifeline in the game, but Manchester came straight back and cancelled that goal out. And right now, it's really difficult to see where Wessex, they need to get the next goal in this game, really, I think. Otherwise, if Manchester do, they're just going to run away with it. But tough second half coming up for Wessex. Jeff's got a big half-time team talk to give, and I guess, Sam, it's just carry on as you were.
Half-time then, and it's Manchester who lead at the interval by 4 goals to 1.
We'll just run through the prizes. We've got 2 pairs of Umbro Futsal trainers, 1 Manchester Football Club top, we've got some bubbly, we've got some beers, we've also got a ticket for 4 tickets for England versus 20 internationals going ahead at CFA. We'll start with the Futsal boo. It's number 394. 394. Yep. Winner over there. Okay, we'll go on to the Umbro Futsal trainers, the Geek Futsal trainers now. It is number 24, 24. We have a winner. 24, okay? We've got the name of Natalie from Bolton. That one's for the series, we'll hold on to that one. Okay, the Manchester Futsal Club polo shirt. It is number 330, 630. Do we have a winner for the polo shirt? There we go. Okay, our first bottle of champagne then. It is number 138. 138. Billy Mitchell on the back row. Okay, our second pair of Umbro Futsal trainers. Okay, number 399. 399. By the name of Daniel T. He's still here? We got another one. Got the ball and trainers. Down over there. Okay, our second bottle of bubbly. Okay, number 347. 347. Yep, lady in the front row there. Okay, we got another Umbro Futsal ball. Okay, it's number 191. 191. Do we have a winner? 191. In the corner. Okay, our last one then. We've got the pack of beers. It is number 76 for the pack of beers. Do we have a winner? Number 66, the lady in the front row there. Okay, I think we sorted it out. Great stuff. That concludes the draw. Thank you everyone for taking part. We've got the second half coming right up. Thanks once again for your fantastic support on the draw today. Okay, we are ready for the second half here. Wessex versus Manchester.
Welcome back then for the second half of this fixture between Manchester and Wessex. It's Manchester's home fixture in the National Futsal Series, and it's so far so good for them. It's 4-1 at half-time, with goals in that first half from First Ado before. Goals 2 and 3 came from Scott Thompson, and Araujo made it 4-1 after a Felipe Lima goal. Gave Wessex hope. It's a big ask now in the second half, Louis, an uphill mountain to climb, you could say, for Wessex.
Yeah, we were just speaking there before we came back on air, Isaac, and you know the important thing here for Wessex is that the next 5 or 6 minutes just to try and keep it as tight as possible, goes deep into the game, and if they can nick one back, make it 4-2, then it starts to maybe put a few doubts in Manchester's mind. But at the moment, I think Manchester will be supremely confident in how they've dealt with this game.
Tozer here for Manchester. Barnes forward to Tozer again. Tozer back in search of Jake Barnes, and it's behind for the corner.
That's something Manchester have done really well, to use those wide areas deep into the corner to pull players out of position and get the ball back into the centre.
Set short for Barnes again, who was the original corner taker and the man who eventually got the shot away also. Barnes nips in to win it back again. Tried to employ the same skill that he did in the first half. Stayed down momentarily there, Jake Barnes, but back to his feet now. Matthews on the overlap, and has it here, Matthews, but always trying to get that one onto his right foot. Wessex feel it was a corner.
Good work there by Lima to create that opportunity for Jordan on the overlap. Some great footwork from Felipe.
Kai Bone, who we were initially led to believe would start the game, was on at the start of the second half in goal for Manchester. That one's given as a foul. And subsequent punishment might be coming the way of Jake Barnes as well.
That's going to be an easy yellow.
Yeah, it was the frustration after with the slamming of the ball away that I think brought the yellow card.
Clear foul on Felipe Lima.
Second caution of the game, Barnes joining teammate Stapleton in that regard. Was a definite foul, the first of this second half. Confirmation of Jake Barnes, yellow card. Barnes all the way across to Adubafor. Barnes back to Adubafor again. Just sold his teammate Thompson slightly short. It was out before Adubafor touched that. Thompson, and it's turned away by O'Hanlon. Struck it well enough, but was central for O'Hanlon to deal with.
And always rising.
So was that one from Barnes. Lima, Wessex goal scorer, back to New, but that one's out of play on the far side. Lima there trying to anticipate that ball back, but he went behind him across to Thompson. Lima nearly won it back that time though, but again here Wessex have 2 players ahead of the ball. It's Jordan Edge across, and same outcome. It's turned in this time by Araujo. That's his 2nd goal of the game as well. But again, Wessex caught light at the back, and Manchester taking full advantage again.
Yep, 2nd time that's happened where 2 players are committed, and then in that 4 versus 2, they've absolutely paid the price for it.
Yeah, it was very similar to that goal in the first half when it was 4v2 and likewise there, but round the goalkeeper. Here goes Terry New, and Wessex pull one back. It's a mistake at the back for Manchester, and Wessex skipper gets his goal.
Great piece of play there by Terry New. Just sucked the goalkeeper in, committed him to the dive, then took it the other way and a finish. And Manchester suffered what Wessex did in the first half, conceding straight away after scoring.
Yeah, and had that goal. We'll come back to that in just a moment, because here's Thompson. Thompson across the face of goal again. Can it be bundled in? No. It's out and behind, and the referee's brought a halt to it anyway. The whistle on the far side is gone. There's a bit of amusement as to what exactly has been given. I think he's given a penalty, has he?
That's how he ended up on his arse.
Yeah, referee's given a spot kick for Manchester. Wessex voicing their complaints. It'd be an interesting one to see again. Perhaps just a standing foot taken of the man who was in amongst it for Manchester. It was Lima who just caught Unajtovic. That's what the spot kick's been given for. I don't think there were too many appeals to the officials before it was given.
No.
The ball seemed to escape away before the contact, which has been pulled up. But Danny Stapleton then is given the opportunity from 6 metres to smash home, and it will be a rocket. Can O'Hanlon stop it? Stapleton, a rocket it is. Past O'Hanlon, and that's 6-2.
Pretty emphatic penalty from Manchester, and it's really hard to see where Wessex are going to come back from this.
Yeah, well, my point just prior to the award of that penalty was going to be that if Wessex had got their 2nd goal before Manchester got their 5th, at 4-2, it might have looked a bit different.
Yeah.
At 6-2 now, it's such a long way back, but just saying that, and Wessex have scored again. Well, it's end-to-end at the moment, and Wessex do manage to go down the other end and score with an immediate response. It's Skiberadas on the score sheet. It's 6-3 now.
Are we in for one of these afternoons?
Wessex are coming forward again here with the knowledge now that they can score pretty simply against this Manchester side, who've switched off on a couple of occasions now after scoring themselves. Ultimately though, still 3 goals up, as they were at half-time, Manchester. Thompson breaks through that one, Thompson. O'Hanlon turns it away. It's really opened up now though. Goalkeeper's lost his shoe in amongst it all. It's still there on the court, it's probably goal bound. The goalkeeper O'Hanlon will now have an opportunity to get his shoe back on, as the game was allowed to continue. It was all very frantic for a moment.
Yeah, the game's lost a bit of shape here, isn't it? It's kind of one end to the other. And Sam Richardson's probably shaking his head and thinking, how is it 6-3? But they've paid the price for their own sloppiness.
They certainly have. It has been sloppiness, which has led to Wessex's goals. All three, in fact. It was a loose ball from Loughborough in the first half, which led to the Felipe Lima strike. A couple of moments of lapse in concentration after scoring themselves in this second half has only added to that. Wessex here in possession in their defensive half. Bazida goes across to Kowalczyk. Bone sees it out and behind.
I think you said Wessex scored 4 times against Manchester, didn't you, in the first game?
Yes. Yeah, well, they're on 3 here and they've still got 15 minutes to go, but ultimately still 3 goals behind. 9-4 was the scoreline the last time the teams met. Will be a kick-in rather than the goal clearance, and Wessex perhaps sensing the opportunity to keep Manchester camped inside their own defensive area. Edge sends it straight direct forwards though. Barnes in the aerial duel with Barbosa. Wessex win that particular battle on halfway. Kowalczyk.
Wessex then momentarily had a 3 versus 1, but couldn't quite take advantage of that.
Yeah, it was a split-second opening. It looked as though it might come to something for Wessex, but didn't. Referee just having a word with the player from either side. Calm the situation down. Acting as peacemaker. Oh, Araujo's been robbed of possession, and it's against the post. Big chance that for Barbosa. Bone with the final touch to put it out for the corner, but he was backtracking. Manchester there with a big let-off.
Yeah, Kai Bone beaten there.
Stapleton trying to cut inside again. Barnes. Back to Barnes, who picks up the ball inside the centre circle. Stapleton, I think, honest with the assessment that the ball had crossed the line there. Hood back on as the in-possession goalkeeper, if you like, over on the far side from the original kick-in. Wessex have another here. Kowalczyk, oh, it's gone all the way in. 6-4, and maybe, just maybe, there could be a Wessex comeback on.
Forces the ball out wide, and I'm not sure if the ball has beaten him on the near post or it's gone through his legs, but amazing comeback from Wessex.
Yeah, well, they're still 2 goals down, but certainly just breeds a bit of hope amongst the Wessex players. But a potential comeback is indeed possible. Are now closer to Manchester than they were at half-time. It's 4 Wessex goals and 4 different scorers for them now as well. None of those the name of Jordan Matthews. Probably a rarity for them this season. Stapleton didn't control that time. Still have a good chunk of this game left.
And Manchester seem to have lost their cohesiveness in the play at the moment, and Wessex causing them problems.
Good hold-up play by Alhana. Barbosa is there, but so is Tozer for Manchester. Over the top here for Stapleton, but again, he just couldn't quite catch it. Kowalczyk, the latest Wessex goal scorer. Plays that one wide right and it comes back to Barbosa. Good turn and that looked a foul. Referee on the far side gives it for the challenge on Alhana.
Yeah, it was a good call from the ref there. And in a good position for Wessex to try and exploit a set piece.
Very promising position for this Wessex free kick. Jordan Matthews or Felipe Lima. Those are the two behind it at the moment. Bone making sure all is aligned. It's set for Lima and then set back for Matthews. Well, they tried to work something off the training ground. It was Matthews who in the end took the strike. Tozer short for Jeff Adubafor. Thompson and Adubafor again goes back to the goalkeeper Bone that time.
Really good work there from Wessex to force them back. Great press, good intensity, and they benefit from being 5 or 6 metres from the goal line.
Yeah, brave with their pressure, high up the court and getting their just rewards for it. Here's Barbosa. Alhana blocked away by Barnes. Alhana over the head then of Barnes though, and Bone with big jump out and it struck his standing foot. Adubafor here across to Barnes, back to Adubafor. Manchester score and celebrate again. Well, a chance for Wessex at one end which wasn't taken, but Manchester take theirs at the other. 7-4 now.
Great play from Adubafor, breaking out from the left-hand side of the court, got in front, played the 1-2 with Jake Barnes, carried his run on, which again as coaches we love to see that, gets to the second post and a brilliant finish. But as you say, Wessex didn't finish their chance off, and that can very often happen to us in futsal games where we talk about finishing the move, finalising the move, but Wessex didn't there and they paid a heavy price for that.
Yeah, well, what an important save that could prove to be from Kai Bone, the Manchester goalkeeper. Very nearly 6-5, but as it is, it's 7-4. Matthews, that one's comfortable for the Manchester regular goalkeeper. Hefty challenge in on Adubafor there, and Terry New is going to see the yellow card come out for sure for that one. Just the nature of the challenge, I think.
Yeah. I think just the force there was enough for the referee. Maybe a little bit of frustration there coming out.
Araujo. Untitled, good pass up to Araujo and back to him again. Untitled that time blazes the shot well over the bar.
Again, we saw there with Wessex, their first line of defence tried to cut the pass off across the court, but that allowed the diagonal pass into the opposite corner.
Out of play on the far side again for Manchester, who will be feeling much better about things now than they did at 6-4, when the seeds of doubt might just have been planted in their minds. Knew that time, timing the challenge right. Lima in search of Matthews, but it runs all the way through to the goalkeeper. Edge allowed to continue still here, Jordan Edge. New with a fine intervention. Edge wins it back off New that time. Still turning. Sets it back for the strike for Araujo. And Untitled for Edge. Manchester edging ever closer to the goal. But it's blocked away, and Wessex could be away here on the counter. They are with New. He's forced wide though, and Thompson shrugs him off the ball.
And Manchester almost paying the price there for not being able to finish their move, but New just forced out.
Cross there to Thompson, and he snatches at that one. On a hat-trick now, Scott Thompson, after his brace in the first half. Couldn't take that opportunity. All the way back and out again. We'll restart with the Wessex goal clearance once more. Timeouts still available in the second half if the two bosses want them. Slightly short for Matthews, and Untitled sensed the opportunity.
Yeah, not sure Jordan Matthews is too impressed with that pass.
Yeah, it wasn't the kindest of passes to him. Oh, it's nearly a calamitous moment down the other end of the court as Kai Bone was back defending his goal and it cannoned off the upright. Araujo here. Forward for Manchester. Araujo skips past the first challenge but couldn't get by the second. This was what happened before. It was a direct throw out. Did Barr make any contact? That would have been the big question.
Yeah.
Either way, it bounced back off the post. It's gone all the way through again, but it's definitely not going to count because there was no touch that time. Matthews has done well to win the ball back there. Jordan Matthews, and it took a deflection on its way through off Untitled. Sure, that touched the leg of the Manchester number 2, but might have gone unnoticed.
Again, good work here from Jordan Matthews trying to hold him off, but managed to get there. And I think you're right there, it did take a flick off the leg.
Manchester though at the other end, and it's Untitled again, and Araujo on the follow-up. Wessex away on the counter. Good tackle though from Edge, and There's two up here for Manchester again. Edge is an option, and Edge finishes it at the second post. That's 8 now for today's hosts, and they are 4 clear of the opposition.
It just all got very messy there. Both teams conceding possession on counter attacks and then countering the counter. And it's Wessex who pay that time.
Yeah, Jordan Edge gets his goal. Not often you'll be able to keep him off the score sheet. Goal 12 of the game today. 8 of them for Manchester. Al-Hanna here for Wessex. Corner. Matthews fires that one straight to Bow. Manchester on the attack again. Good challenge that time though from Matthews back there for Wessex. Edge, nice first time pass as it comes back towards Edge. Wessex sense an opportunity, the referee on the far side plays the advantage. And Barnes disrupts that counter attack. Jordan Edge is going to be further penalised for that as well with a yellow card. Takes Manchester onto 3 fouls now.
It's really a case now of whether how much more ambition Manchester have got to score goals, or are they happy just to see this out and secure the 3 points.
O'Hanlon opted to try to gather that, but spilt it away in the end. Do before back on for Manchester. Barnes. Stapleton. Just lost his footing. Manchester will face York Vikings away on the BT Sport weekend in a couple of weeks' time at the University of York. That's their next fixture. Charlie Budd was there, quickly closed down. Manchester will look to continue building the momentum in that next game. For Wessex, on the other hand, on the same day, they'll face London Helvecia. Helvecia, who, of course, if you missed it earlier on, were beaten 5-2 in the first game here today by Bloomsbury.
And that's going to be a key game for both teams, because Wessex obviously need the points and London Helvecia want to avoid being in 5th place.
They certainly do, and under pressure in the top 4 after Bolton's win against Loughborough in game 2. Here's a do before for Manchester again. Are they still hungry for more? Barnes sets the kick in short, but Stapleton smashed that one well wide. Hanna under pressure from a do before, turns away from the Manchester number 7 and goes for the return pass. Into the final 5 minutes now. Manchester 4 goals to the good. Close to having another 3 points this season confirmed for them. Opportunity here though for Wessex. Bone manages to make the stop down low. Good run through. Bone was well positioned though. Stapleton, excellent burst of pace and acceleration. An equally good sliding challenge there from Barbosa.
Yeah, some good futsal from both teams there, in possession and out possession. Good recovery run. Some good pace there from Danny Stapleton.
Here's Stapleton with the ball at his feet again. Nice diagonal, good save that. Thompson again denied his hat-trick. That's a really good stop from the Wessex goalkeeper.
Tremendous pass from Danny Stapleton, but as you say, O'Hanlon has come out there and closed that down with a brilliant save.
Do before plays the block and the referee's whistle goes for it. Manchester onto 4 fouls. We seem to have lost some time on the clock as it's still running down at the moment. It's paused now. The timekeeper seems to have a bit of an issue with that, but back running freely. A do before. Overlapping run for Stapleton. Tom McGarrell wearing the number 5 shirt. He's on for Wessex now. Another youngster amongst the ranks of Jeff Bonner's side. Stapleton left-footed. Switch of goalkeeper again for Wessex. Really now it is just a formality of the closing 3 minutes. Kowalczyk, long and high down court. McGarrell got the touch but couldn't quite bring it under his spell. Do before with space to advance into again. Thompson, can he get the hat-trick now? No, again he's denied. And Hanlon's ended up down. The referee stopped the game.
A do before with a lot of space on that left-hand side, really. Way too much space, but A good save from O'Hanlon again.
That hat-trick's just not quite coming for Scott Thompson at the moment.
Yeah, that was a heavy landing for O'Hanlon there. No matter how much padding you've got on.
Yeah, the referee from the near side, Paul Waitley, just dropping the ball back for the restart. Thompson. Goalkeeper's dive wasn't needed as it was blocked before reaching him by Kowalczyk. Scorer of the latest Wessex goal, but that was some time ago now. Lofted across, but the execution wasn't quite right for any potential volley. Rajtovic in search of the second post option again, but the goalkeeper was there to intervene.
O'Hanlon has made some excellent saves this afternoon. I think he's been one of the reasons why it's down, only been at 8.
Yeah, certainly excellent saves this afternoon, as he did in their previous league game, the 3-2 win over Bolton. He was a key part, an instrumental part of the reason why Wessex were able to get their first 3 points of this league season that day. Edge, nice give and go with Tozer. Edge to Thompson again. And this time, Thompson doesn't hit the target. Wessex with the call of the timeout, but Thompson must be so frustrated that his hat-trick hasn't come.
Again, Wessex getting opened up there really easily.
I suppose now at this stage for Wessex it's about what positives they can take from this game moving forward into important matches which are to come for them. This game now will truly be on them.
I think the fact that they've scored 4 goals against a good Manchester team, you know, shows that they can score goals against high quality opposition, but it's the out of possession.
Yeah, and that's the reason why Manchester have been able to create so many opportunities today and ultimately score 8 of them. And as we alluded to before, if it wasn't for the Wessex goalkeeper O'Hanlon, it could well have been more, or even into double figures. Still to come today, we have York and Hartpury. Be sure to stay tuned in for that one. It's 4:15 kick-off time. All the way up there to Matthews, and Bone has to make the stop. That time, Matthews rounds the goalkeeper though. Matthews goes on, it's blocked away, appeals for handball. The referees both say no. Edge into the bottom corner. It's number 9 for Manchester. And a second today for their number 9 in Jordan Edge.
Another case there of Wessex not finishing off their opportunity. The counter-attack comes and another goal. So replicating the earlier scoreline of this season.
Certainly is. And it looks as though it might finish that way. Just 40 seconds left on the clock now. Edge. Throw here. Can Manchester make it double figures? It was very close to doing that. They'll still have the chance from the follow-up corner. Edge to Anitovic. Well, it is 10 now for Manchester. They've gone one better than they did earlier this campaign. 10-4.
And another corner. Straight through the gap and an easy finish.
Yeah, far too easy, really. From a defensive perspective of Wessex. Bone again has to make another stop. Manchester maybe sensing there's time to get number 11. Goalkeeper adjudged to have won the ball. Manchester man has stayed down here. Ramsey wanted that. Here's Matthews, but the buzzer goes. And that's full time. Manchester did hit double figures. 10 goals. And Wessex with just the 4. It's Manchester who march on and close the gap to Bloomsbury back to just the single point at the top of the league table, albeit Manchester have now played a game extra. 10-4 the final score. It was a really good day at the office, Louis, for the home team Manchester.
Yeah, obviously they'll be more than happy. I think with Wessex, they had some good in possession spells, but unfortunately their out of possession frailties were exposed this afternoon by Manchester.
That's how it finishes then, 10-4 to Manchester. And up next at 4:15 to round off the weekend's games, it's York Vikings and Hartpury.
game of today here at the National Cycling Centre. North Futsal taking on Hartpury Futsal. Our final game of the day here in the FA National Futsal Series Tier 1.
my name. Got the first class right to a lane. Soon as I land on the paper plane. Soon touch back in the end. 110 on the M's and I take a change. Big fat sack in my bag when I unzip that to make it rain. Call when we run down the streets. Left wrist and left wrist the screen. See what on? What's going on? Why am I wet? Get on the screen. Call when we run down the streets. Left wrist and left wrist the screen. See what on? What's going on? Why am I wet? Get on the screen. Yeah, sick of some rappers and that, but I stay doing me, never cap on the track. Chill out, I'm back in the back in the front, better when I'm up on my back. She make it back to the snap, yeah, the back was the bad, but there's no way I'm tackling that. And would you tell her some yak in the gap? Coaching a sack in the track. Said I'm too young, got my games on 12, but she got bust down like AJ's chains. Psycho down with a bitch like Dave, what can I say when the brains insane? Time for the two-tone sub beat and time for the new blue things when the rain is playing. Don't come for a make it rain, turn up, stay there, burn up, get paid. Two 10 ones, feeling my stress like the lead of both, I'm so indecisive. Guess out trying to attack, man, going up crazy, but I think I like it. No time I lose my head, but then I get stressed out, so I find it. Think I've got time for a side chick, no way, it's not riding in my way. I said say my name, first class right to a lane, soon as I land on the paper plane. Soon touch back in the end, 110 on the M's and I take a change. Big fat sack in my bag when I unzip that to make it rain. Call when we run down the street, right wrist and left wrist the screen. Said what on? What's going on? Why am I wet? Get that screen. Call when we run down the street, right wrist and left wrist the screen. Said what on? What's going on? Why am I wet? Get that screen.
Okay, we're counting down to our final game of the day today. Your Futsal taking on Hartpury Futsal here. The quarter-past 4 kick-off.
Hello again and welcome back for the final game of the weekend, live from the National Cycling Centre in Manchester in the National Futsal Series. And to round off this weekend's action, it's York Vikings and Hartpury. Two teams then now making their way out onto the court. It's a big game for them both. Who can go on to pick up the 3 points, or will the spoils be shared? You can see there Dylan Melpaz back for Hartpury today. He could be a big boost for them. Let's have a look at how the two teams do line up then, starting with York. Jack Riley is the starting goalkeeper today for the Vikings. Tom Blackburn, the captain, also starts. Jacob Wilson, Matthew Barber and Jed Devine make up the rest of their starting team. Johnny Weng is the substitute goalkeeper. George Smith, Ramiro Monge, James Harrison, Patrick Pina, Jake Ackroyd, Lewis Marshall, Matthias Veneroso and Joe Iggledon. They are the substitutes for Junior Roberti today. For Hartpury then, 2 less substitutes available. But it's still a healthy looking squad. There's still no Rico Zulkarnain for Hartpury today. I'm not sure where he's gone in recent weeks. Hasn't been involved for some time now for Hartpury. Dylan Malpaz is in goal. Dale Richards, Sam Kerwin, Ollie Desborough and Jack Tyson are the starting lineup. The substitutes, as you can see there, are Jack Morgan, Andrew Lanham, Marshall Hale, Pete Valance, Chris Bright, Paul McHugh and Ben Young. The player coach is Pete Valance. The referees for today's game are first official Peter Nurse, second referee Peter Georgiou, and the timekeeper is Paul Waitley. Let's see what we have in store then for the final game today, Louis. Hopefully it will bring us some entertaining action. It's a big game for them both.
Yes, when you look at the league table, we've got Hartpury in 6th place on 10 points, and York will be hoping to close that gap to within 1 with a win this afternoon. But of course, Hartpury maybe still have an outside opportunity for the playoffs. That's how tight it is. So I guess you'd call it a 6-pointer really, in terms of what it means to both teams. And York will certainly want to get as close as they can to Hartpury today to secure the 3 points. So really difficult game to call. York have lost their last 3 and I think 1 point out of the last 9 for Hartpury. So both teams not in the best of form. So it's going to be interesting to see who imposes himself in the game. Hartpury, you know, they do have some good players there, but they just can't seem to get firing. And York, we know Junior Roberti, it's a project there. He's got some very young players, very talented players with lots of potential who in 3 or 4 years are going to be a brilliant side, but it's trying to get them playing now and get those points.
Tom Blackburn then standing over the ball in the centre circle for York. And it's going to be York who get this game started as they kick from right to left in this first period of 20 minutes. It is a big game for them both. Important for them both that they start brightly, start strong right from the get-go here. Referee blows his whistle and we are underway for the final game of this weekend's action. Devine for York, forward, cross onto the right flank. Barber. Blackburn, who's probably the experienced head or more experienced head out of the starting 4 on court today for York. Goalkeeper Jack Riley is also relatively new to York's first team setup. Richards takes that kick back to Kerwin. Kerwin held up that time though by Devine. Wilson. Wriggles free. Wilson goes on. Forces Dylan Malpass to make the game's first save. Still there though for Divine, who'll have a second bite at it. Promising start for York. Malpass there making a good stop.
Two really good chances, as you say. Just opens it up, and the toe poke just couldn't quite find the corners there. Both shots straight at the goalkeeper, and the goalkeeper of Malpass's quality is not going to let those in.
Malpass sends that one long. Down court in search of Ollie Desborough. Divine. Forward here to Divine again, but it just ran away from him. Malpass will restart. Desborough accelerating away down wide right for Hartpury. Kicking. Cohen towards the second post, and Tyson was coming in there for Hartpury. Just flashed by him though. Eagledon was after that for York on the near side. Away from where he was though. First couple of minutes played.
A big ask for him to get that one.
Certainly was. Divine with the flick round the corner. Blackburn blocked away well.
Yeah, some good play there by Divine just to lay that off into the right winger's path.
Barber takes control of that. Blackburn goes back and York will build again. Barber. This is Jacob Wilson. Barber was trying to facilitate a move out of that as he stood in the way of the on-rushing Sam Kerwin. Blackburn across the face of goal again, and York threatening the Hartpury goal.
Just another case there of Matthew Barber, who just continued his run on. There would have been a tap in there for him.
Malpass over the halfway line, venturing forwards for Hartpury, but the last touch coming back there off the Hartpury goalkeeper, Pete Vallance, wearing the number 12 shirt, is on. Blackburn over across, but it's intercepted by Kerwin. Blackburn, good challenge. Richards. Chris Bright, joined from Birmingham after their relegation last season. Vallance is there, penalised for the foul on Jacob Wilson. The first of the game.
The pass into Pete Valance there. We see from Chris Bright just a little bit under hit, and Pete Valance just trying to recover that situation, but commits the foul.
Veneroso goes back to Patrick Pina.
He was possibly expecting Pete Valance to get in front there, but the pass didn't make it regardless.
Bright into the danger zone, but it's turned away. It is still goalless. Apologies for the error on the scoreboard at the moment, but still 0-0. Richards takes control of that kick in from the right. Balance here will do likewise as the kicking from the left. Malpaz is forwards. Richards feeds Malpaz to the right and advance forward down that right side. We've seen him do it so many times. Malpaz is there, and there's the game's first goal. Sam Kerwin, right place, right time. And the Hartpury number 9 is on the score sheet.
Well, Malpaz will go down with the assist, but that was a really driving run for him. He went big on the gamble, played the ball down the line, carried his run on, and then got the vital touch to set up the goal.
Good start then for Hartpury. We're here inside the first 5 minutes, 1 goal to the good. Veneroso back towards Veneroso. Half-hearted appeals to the referee. Bright takes that kick in. George Smith here for York. Apologies once again for the scoreboard at the moment. It's 1-0, but the way of Hartpury. Dale Richards just going to retrieve the ball over on the far side, and we shall resume from Malpaz. Lanham finds Marshall Hale there in attack for Hartpury. Richards allowed to continue forwards, but he's then dispossessed, and Pina has it for York. Pina, was he fouled there? Yes, says the referee. Given by the far side official Peter Nurse. Looks a foul.
A good position as well.
Certainly is. Let's see what York have up their sleeve from this position then. Pina stands behind it to take for York and goes straight for goal. It's palmed away by Malpaz on the follow-up. The opportunity was there for Ramiro Monge. As it came back out there to Monge, he had a second bite at it.
There was some great goalkeeping from Dylan Malpaz there. We saw from his initial save, didn't go to ground, moved to his right, stayed on his feet, and was able to block the second shot.
Lofted all the way across and struck goal bound, but high over the bar that time. We've played 6 minutes.
Hartpury really mixing it up there. They went 2-2. and they've been 3-1 as well. So really interesting.
Yeah, nice overload from Bright as well there as he advanced down the left. York though have the ball back here with Monge. Monge, nice forward ball. Veneroso back here to Pina. Pina's given the ball away though. Marshall Hale, formerly of Loughborough of course, had it but only momentarily. Kerwin here, the Hartpury goal scorer and captain. He's giving the ball away though this time. It's out and behind for Jack Riley to restart with this goal clearance. It stays at 1-0. Devine trying to find Monge with the longer diagonal pass. Here's Richards, but he's run into traffic. Barber, there's a runner both left and right here for Matthew Barber, but in the end he was held up by Kerwin. Long range strike, and it's another save for Malpass.
Just couldn't quite take full advantage of the 3v2 there, York.
Veneroso on debut this season for York. Took that kick in. Interesting to see how he will settle into the team. Matthias Veneroso under pressure that time though, and ends up back with his goalkeeper. Devine sweeping pass through to Monge. He sweeps it wide of the far post, but it did take a touch. Look a nick on its way through. York with the corner as they look to hit back strong.
And that was another good save for Malpass there.
Turns that one behind again for take two. In quick succession from the corners. Monge takes on the strike that time. Veneroso allowed to continue. Behind for the corner again, but York have responded fairly well to going behind here.
Yeah, this is a good spell of possession for them. They seem to have got control back of the game.
Barber. Sends out and away again. Just trying to build though, build some momentum now, York. After they were hit with the Sam Kerwin opener. Hartpury, on the other hand, probably content to now defend their slender 1-goal advantage and soak up some pressure. Goalkeeper Malpaz making his way forward, but it goes direct long in search of Jack Morgan, who's on for Hartpury. With the number 4 shirt on as ever. Blackburn shifting the angle and getting the shot away. It's another good stop from Malpaz, got down quickly to that one. It's fairly central, but it needed saving.
Yeah, I mean, he's had to make 6 or 7 very good saves.
York certainly knocking on the door, that's for sure. Blackburn trying to find Jacob Wilson with that pass. Malpaz over the top, but collected by his opposite goalkeeper, and wearing number 2 today, Jack Riley. Wilson away from where Barber was. Nearly a quarter of the game played. Hartpury 1 goal to the good. But York have created opportunities, and Malpaz has been the busy of the 2 goalkeepers.
I think they just need to keep with this approach, York. If they keep working like this, the chances will come.
Corner for Hartpury as Jack Tyson wins that one. He was here yesterday in charge of the Hartpury women's team, taking on a coaching role in that regard. Cohen unleashes for goal again, but it's wide that time. Tyson disrupting Devine when in possession. Kicking for York, which is taken by skipper Blackburn. He's then giving it away though to his opposite captain, Kerwin. Hartpury now just trying to maintain possession and keep the ball for a little while.
York did well to recover that ball, kept the pressure on.
Wilson. Good pressure from Desborough. Really burst onto the scene last season, Ollie Desborough. Into his second main season in the top flight with Hartpury now. Worcester as they previously were. Hartpury here affording York space to come forward and build their attack in this position. Jake Ackroyd is on for York, near side to the picture. He's fed here forward down the left wing, and Ackroyd adamant that he was going to get shot away there, but on his right foot. Goes out in the end, which allows the timeout minute to be taken. But Hartpury 1 goal up, but it's York who are creating the more frequent opportunities here, Louis.
Yeah, I think overall, Junior Roberti will be happy with the way his team is playing. They're sticking to their plan. They're trying to exploit the space in behind the fix with the 4-0, trying to make those runs. Probably maybe to go a little bit deep if they can to really get in behind that space. But they're certainly causing Hartpury some problems, and I'd imagine Junior Roberti's trying to just fine-tune what they're doing to create even more chances. They have had some good quality chances, but at the moment, Dylan Malpass has been up to every opportunity they've had.
Yes, he certainly has, and that will have to continue for Hartpury if they are to go on to win today's game. His opposite goalkeeper, Jack Riley, has yet to be properly tested. Had to pick the ball up out the back of his own net though when Kerwin prodded home from close range. Malpass to resume. Just over 8.5 minutes left on the clock in this first half. Desborough toying with the defender. Breaks back for Desborough and he breaks away from the pressure. It's applauded by the Hartpury substitutes bench. Blackburn. Barber spreads the play wide right. Now Ackroyd, who was the man with the latest York chance, and he gets the shot away again there. It's another save from Elpaz.
And that's another well-constructed move by York. Really patient, keeping the ball well, trying to create the space. Nice little cut in there. And again, forcing another good save from Dylan Malpass.
Ackroyd again, the man who the pass was played to for the shot. Neat pass into Desborough. Under pressure from two red shirts there though. Hale. Wasn't the kindest of passes across to Bright. Took a touch off Blackburn, and now here's Ackroyd.
Ackroyd just couldn't turn there. There was a player on the far post. He just couldn't get his body shape to face up to play that pass forward.
Richards there with the touch, but it's back with York now, and Blackburn offloads to the right. Ackroyd taken away from him though. Desborough fouled there by Jake Ackroyd.
I don't think we need the replay for that foul.
Yeah, good positive play, driving forwards from Ollie Desborough, which takes us on to 2-1 on the foul count. That, apologies, should be the other way round. 2 against Hartpury so far. Malpass loves taking up that position on the right side, where he can use his favoured right foot. Seen him score from similar range in previous fixtures.
I think he's one of those goalkeepers, when he's in that position, he's very positive. He knows what he wants to do. And he doesn't lose possession where the other team can counter too often when he does that.
Riley is advancing forward here. The goalkeeper over halfway. He's backtracking now, but Monge has it for York. And again, it's another save by Malpass. His save count is quickly rising.
I think you'll be able to fill the half-time highlights with just these saves.
It's another effort the way of his goal, but that one ends up behind again.
I think he may have got a touch on it.
Yeah, corner given, so somebody did. Eagledon to take, it's into the area and it's gone all the way through. Well, it's a somewhat fortunate goal for York, but they'll feel that they deserve that for the pressure which they have been applying, knocking on the Hartpury door and, well, back all level, and it's one apiece.
I think that's an own goal.
Yeah, it came off the back of the Hartpury defender. 1-1.
Despite the manner of the goal, I think York definitely deserved that goal in terms of their play and the positivity after going 1-0 down. And I think that's a fair reward for their efforts in the last 4 or 5 minutes of the game in particular.
Well, there might have been an element of fortune about how the goal came. But yeah, certainly they'll feel well worth it. They'll feel that it was their reward for the pressure that they kept on applying. They've given the ball away there, though, York. Kerwin across to Richards. Here's Hale. Hale goes for goal. And it flashes wide. Lanham there just retying his shoelaces, so Riley will be made to distribute again. Benaroso. Pina clips there and taken to ground.
That is really excellent play by Pina. Ball comes into him, stands the two defenders up, goes and clattered there, certainly earning that foul. Some great deception there.
Andrew Lanham, the offender there for Hartpury, and he's come off a little worse for wear as he's momentarily replaced. York happy to just play out from the set piece. York kicking, as signalled for by the near side referee Peter Georgiou. Trying to find a diagonal pass there, but that was intercepted, and Kerwin now for Hartpury. The game still continuing in similar fashion though, Louis, with Hartpury happy for York to have the majority of the possession.
Yeah, and I think what York have done really well is whenever Hartpury get possession of the ball, they're able to disrupt their possession really quickly and break it up and get the ball back.
York have won it back here with Veneroso, but...
And that was a great example there.
Yeah, did well to win it back, but just couldn't find the finish that time. Here's Pina. Nice give and go with Eagledon. Pina just took a heavy touch there at the crucial moment, which allowed Malpass to come and spread himself to pick up the ball. It's a corner for Hartpury. Chance creation for Hartpury has been very much limited in this first half so far. Can they create one from this corner? Runs all the way through, and the answer to that is no. In fact, it's started the counter-attack for York, and if it wasn't for Malpass, that could have been a big problem for them. Malpass is going to have to get back quickly. Good challenge. Hale away from the first York defender. Hale still going here.
I think they're asking for the accumulated foul there on the challenge before out on the wing.
Yeah, but it wasn't given, so the foul count stays as it was. Now pass forward again and again on the right. Blocked by Pina. Balance, force back to his goalkeeper that time. Header back from Richards, it's Bright. Forced to check back again. Kerwin, neat reverse pass. Richards, turned away by Riley, and on the follow-up it's blazed over the bar.
Good tempo there from Hartpury. Forced the ball out wide and then back into the middle, and the shot just over, but that was better from Hartpury. They just need a bit more consistency of that type of play.
Yeah, bar the goal, the best chance that Hartpury have managed to create in this first half. Parallel ball was there, intercepted by Kerwin, and appeals for handball quickly waved away. Balance. Richards across to Kerwin. Balance goes on the overlapping run. been kept in play by Pina, but in doing so he only gave the ball back to Hartpury, and Chris Bright, who has it again.
Hartpury definitely finishing the stronger at the moment in this half.
Yeah, the tide beginning to turn. The pendulum beginning to swing back their way, perhaps. York will be happy with that sort of ball, though. We have 1 minute and 28 seconds left to play in this first half. Blackburn, it ran all the way through though. Morgan, good pivot hold up play. Desborough. It's well wide of the near post in the end, but Jack Morgan doing well there in an attacking role for Hartpury. He's a player whose minutes have probably, I think it's fair to say, been limited across the course of this campaign so far this season, but on course at the moment.
We'll often say to players about your minutes, it's make those minutes count, make those the best minutes on the court and earn more minutes.
Barber takes the strike and it breaks back at the second time of asking, and it's into the side netting. Malpass with somewhat trademark save, likes to come out to the edge of his penalty area and spread himself like he did there. Very closing stages of this first half now. Is there a goal left in it? Morgan. Malpass took control.
He's a very front foot type of keeper. He's not someone who's going to just sit back and let it happen. He's going to make sure that it doesn't happen.
Blackburn gets the shot in, but it's wide of the near post again. Could that be the last chance that we see before half-time? That's a foul before the ball reached Tyson. York have taken it whilst their own man was still down there, and the referees were happy with it. Trying to catch Dylan Malpass off guard. Going to be the end of the first half anyhow. There's the buzzer, so we are level, Louis, at half-time, and it sets things up nicely moving into the second half.
Well, as we said at the start of the game, there's a lot riding on it for both teams, and I think York have given a really great account of themselves. This young team, really easy on the eye to watch, nice to watch them play. They've got a good style of play, confident on the ball. Dylan Malpass has obviously been the busier of the two keepers, but bar one, he's been up to it. So interesting team talks at half-time for both coaches to see where they're going to take this game in the second half. But York will probably feel a little bit miffed that they're maybe not in front in this game.
Half-time then, and there is the score at the midway point. It's York Vikings 1, Hartpury 1.
Welcome back then for the final time today, for the final time this weekend in the FA National Futsal Series, and it's all level and set up nicely for the start of this second half for the 20 minutes of playing time that we have remaining for you. It's 1-1 between York and Hartpury after that first half. Sam Kerwin, the Hartpury captain, with the opening goal, but then an own goal which drew York back to a deserved level scoreline. Interesting to see which way this one will swing in the second half then, Louis.
Yeah, we're just talking off air there about how Hartpury have had to work really hard for their chances, and they've been few and far between, although they did have that little spell towards the end of the first half. And York have been really confident on the ball and kept possession well, and they've really worked Dylan Malpass really well in that first half. So let's see how these opening minutes go.
Underway again then. York in possession with Jed Devine at the moment. Both sides with the same starting five out there that began the game, apart from one change with Bright in. It's an opportunity for York as Barber went round the goalkeeper. It's over the bar though.
And that was another great example of how York have been playing, being really patient in their build-up, finding the right passes, great runs. Just couldn't quite finish there.
There's a change for York as well, in fact, with... No, there's not, I beg your pardon. It is the same starting five. Exactly the same with Riley, Blackburn, Wilson, Barber and Devine in from the off at the start of this second half. Right here with that kicking goes back to Dale Richards. I think he was a miss last time for Hartpury. Back in the squad today for them. Another important player amongst their ranks, and his miss, his absence from the last league fixture probably played a part in the hefty scoreline, 9-2. They were on the receiving end of the scoreline against Manchester. There's Kerwin. Oh, to Bright. Locked away, and the last touch came back off Bright as well.
Yeah, York did well there to recover because Bright was the spare player, but they managed to get across to just block that shot and regain possession.
Just one of the three games that we've seen played today. Well, we'll come back to that in a moment because there's the goal. It's Matthew Barber. Excellent ball through from Jed Devine and through the legs of Malpass. York have spun the game on its head, 2-1.
Yeah, tremendous diagonal ball. Again, York were really patient with their build-up. A great run right through on that diagonal pass and a brilliant finish.
York are very much on the front foot here. It's Devine. And it had to be saved, and it was well by Dylan Malpass in the Hartpury goal again. Hartpury, though, with their backs to the walls at the moment. Took a touch off Richards first. Great start to this second half for Junior Roberti and his side. Lofted over the top for Blackburn. He checks back inside there and collected subsequently by Devine, who unleashes on his left, and it's gone in. 3-1 now. Jed Devine with his 7th goal of the season.
Again, some great work. It took a deflection through, but Jed Devine, he did everything to keep that ball in, turned on it, drove inside, got the shot off, got a fortunate deflection, enough to take that past Malpass, but all the good work before that deserved that goal. And a great start in the second half from York.
Really has been. Quite sloppy at the back. The Hartpury, as they've given the ball back to York again. It's 2 goals now which have had an element of fortune about them for York. And it's 2 goals by which they lead. They won't care about that at all.
A deflection that time, taking it away from Malpaz's dive and left him with no chance. Out of play on the far side, down in front of the Hartpury bench. They've got problems to solve now. By goalkeeper Malpaz, well and truly forward now for Hartpury. Richards at the back of it all, inside the centre circle. Desborough towards the back stick, but Devine got there first, and Devine will try to find the empty net.
That's an interesting decision to decide to do that so early on. It is only 2-goal lead, and there's a long, long way to go in this game yet.
Richards trying to catch the goalkeeper Riley off guard. Much like York themselves tried to do to Malpaz in the first half, actually. It's a battle for possession, and York again win that particular duel. Wilson breaks that time for Malpaz. 4 minutes played at the start of this second half, and York have found the net twice, without response as well. Forward ball there for Barber. Barber still going here. Barber again, and it's blocked away this time. Really positive, direct play though, as he ran forward with the ball at his feet there, Matthew Barber. Skipped past a couple of challenges and was held up only by Richards' block. Good control from Blackburn. Goalkeeper got the touch. It's going wide anyhow, but no chances taken by Malpaz that time.
What York are doing really well, they're managing to breach the first line of Hartpury's defence so easily. Just get past that first line, and then they have the overloads.
Cross to Pina. Pina went for goal, but it was blocked in close proximity. Sent forward, long down court, and well, Richards then held up with the follow-up block from Veneroso. Kerwin thought that one was coming through to him.
It's a good steal.
It was a steal, and York might be away on the counter, but forced very wide, and Monge in the end ran the ball out of play.
And that's the kind of awareness you saw from the corner there to be able to intercept that we didn't see from Wessex in the earlier game.
Malpaz. She's bright. Tyson. Malpaz was there again. Still is a quarter of an hour of playing time left on the clock, but Hartpury tinkering with the fly goalkeeper setup. Malpaz has retreated back for the time being from this set piece. Cohen with the effort, but it goes wide of the goalkeeper's right-hand post. Out of play on the near side. It was a misplaced pass really from Pina that time.
That's probably the deepest we've seen Hartpury set up from the restart goal clearance from York.
Malpass forward again. Malpass back to him. Could have diverted in, but Malpass making his way back now. York happy though to just control things again. Veneroso. There's the skipper, Tom Blackburn, for York as he receives possession, inviting Hartpury forwards. It's cat and mouse again, Louis, at this point.
And I think Junior Roberti will be happy his team are controlling the game. They're not doing anything that's going to threaten that at the moment. They seem to be in control of everything.
Seems that way. Which is totally opposing to their last league game. They've responded to that thrashing really well here. Tyson trying to turn and get away from Blackburn. It's sent away by the goalkeeper.
I think the goalkeeper may have taken that in the face of the ball.
Yeah, I think you're right. As the referee from the far side, Peter Nurse, another experienced official, is going across to check on the well-being of Jack Riley in the York goal.
Tell Pete, can't coach. Only one coaching, though. Only one coaching.
Important moments these in the game though now, because if Hartpury were to get the next goal, then somewhat changes the picture. If York were to get it, then 3 goals ahead. It's very much a long way back for Hartpury, if it wasn't already.
But it's seemingly, it looks like Dylan Malpass is going to get a bit more involved in play, I think, because when he joins in, they're definitely a bit more of a threat.
Right across for Richards, but not the purest of contacts. Hartpury waiting to switch all 4 with the line change next available opportunity. Kerwin under pressure and he's been robbed of possession as well. Veneroso, and the referee's whistle goes.
The card's coming.
It's going to have to for that. The yellow card is indeed out the pocket of the referee from the near side and shown to Dale Richards. First booking of the game. But it all came from the tenacity to win the ball back. Matthias Veneroso. Malpass aligning his wall and fellow defenders. Veneroso will strike for goal, but it's wide. Direct shot was intended for the bottom corner. Desborough manages to skip past the first defender. Desborough runs all the way across, but didn't quite there break for the man waiting, Marshall Hale. Back now with Melpaz, he sends it long. Forward in search of Hale again, but Iggulden met the ball first.
Well, I think there's at the moment there's no signs of York cracking. They seem to be just holding their game together, doing what they need to do. You just feel Hartpury are going to have to take it up a level or two with intensity if they're going to break through.
York holding firm and resolute in defence at the moment. All the way across, it was meant for Hale, but anticipated and subsequently intercepted by Peanut. Iggulden. Iggulden again. Wanted that one on his left foot though.
Just untidy, mate. Please.
Alpaz remains back for the time being. Desborough fouled there by his England under 19s teammate, Judd Devine. Desborough, quick thinking, took it quickly.
He just switched off there. York just allowed that ball to go in behind, just allowed the passing line to develop.
Devine wins the ball back there. Devine still going forwards. Couldn't quite find the finish.
I think he might have a case there on the shirt pull. It definitely looked some sort of pull on the shirt.
Yeah, let's have a look
there
again.
There he goes, yeah, left hand on the shirt.
It's Desborough and Devine involved again. I think that was one maybe missed by the referee, but it struck goal bound on the follow-up. And that one evades Melpaz. And York are very firmly in control now.
Another set-piece goal. Not sure if that took a slight deflection, but Melpaz seemed to not quite pick it up till very late.
It's 2 for Devine. And if it did deflect, it's 2 deflected. I'm not sure whether it took a nick on its way through or not. But either way, York have a 3-goal advantage.
But a great move there from York to have the pivot in front of the goalkeeper, caused a distraction, a bit of disruption, and that may have led to the goal getting through.
York's top goal scorer on the mark again.
You missed that one there. That one there. The one in the middle.
There's a discrepancy over the foul count at the moment. It's 2-1 on the foul count is the collective agreement after that discussion.
We got there in the end.
We need something to change, and something to change quickly. Lanham, he's given the ball away now. And Aroso forward to Devine again, maybe causing 2 minds and ended up only placing the ball back in the hands of the Hartpury goalkeeper.
Yeah, he just got his body shape wrong there. It just needs to go laterally across the court, but it went forward. That gave Malpass the chance to intercept. But with a quarter of the game to go now, York look very much in control, and it's difficult to see how Hartpury are going to get this back.
Certainly is, and here's Wilson looking to make things even better for York. Nearly did so. Desborough through his legs to Hale. Kerwin. Back for Desborough. All the way across to Morgan. Morgan will take aim. It's palmed away, but only back to Desborough. Desborough sees his shot then blocked. Really good defending from Devine. Barberson sliding across the deck, but corner is what the referee pointed for, I believe.
Yeah, I think that was a good challenge, and he just caught his feet on him on the way through, so I don't think that was a foul.
Yeah, replay showed that it seemed to look good. Got the ball.
Although it was a hefty fall. They're playing with so much confidence, York, at the moment.
Decent ball across. It was a good ball into the danger zone, but just behind where Blackburn was. And timeout here for Hartpury.
Timeout call for Hartpury.
If we take a look again at that, it was teasing as it entered the penalty area. Hartpury, though, not in great form coming into the game, as you alluded to, Louis, and on the wrong side of the scoreline at the moment.
Yeah, with just less than 9 minutes to go. Are they contemplating the fly keeper, or what's going to change? Are they going to change their system? But they can't allow this to go, and it is, because York are they're just going to run the clock down and win convincingly. But at the moment, I think Hartpury are playing at a tempo that York are comfortable with, and they're comfortable in possession, and they look threatening with every attack. So what can Pete Vallance come up with? Very experienced coach with the England under-19s, England international, plenty of caps. He's been around the block a few times. He's a coach, mentor, knows his stuff, but he's got to find something here against Junior Roberti and his team.
Let's see what they can come up with. I'd be surprised if Hartpury were to replace Dylan Malpass as a fly goalkeeper. If they are to go with a fly setup in the 5v4, they usually stick to using Malpass. And needs must now, really, for them. Malpass again positioned over on the far right wing. Kerwin. Opportunity maybe to shoot for Riley. Morgan trying to burst away from Barber. Your ball. Forward here to Blackburn, and Blackburn might be in. It's turned away with the right foot of Malpass. Now Desborough, great footwork. Desborough over the bar though.
Opportunities coming at both ends.
Breakaway chance there for Ollie Desborough. We've seen him score goals like that one-on-one plenty of times, but no luck that time with the lofted finish over the goalkeeper, and Tom Blackburn here has a problem for York. That will be a big concern for them. I'd be surprised if he was able to, after assessing things, play any of the remaining time that's left in this one. Desborough goes for goal again, but again it's blocked away. They've been good in defence today, York.
This will be the tester for them. See out the fly keeper.
Malpass. Strong and good challenge there from Veneroso. Decision goes the way of Hartpury.
There was good organisation from York on that phase of play from Hartpury on the fly keeper. It's just about keeping your shape and your discipline and making sure you do your job.
That's the task in hand now at the moment for York. To hold on and keep a firm grip on this lead. Malpaz again with that same forward pass down the right flank, but again, Jack Morgan crowded out.
Yeah, he read that really well, got out there quickly, closed the space.
Cohen blazes that one high. Many of the chances that Hartpury have had like that today have ended up with shots off target. Probably needed to test the young goalkeeper a little more than they have.
Got out brilliantly there.
Veneroso might go for the return ball as well, but didn't come his way in the end.
Hartpury went with a really high press on that one, but York was still able to play their way out.
Now pass forward into the attacking half again. York dropping a little deeper now. This time Hartpury attack down the left, but it's an equally good sliding tackle from Veneroso, who's been impressive today for York. Looks a really good addition to their team. It's that strength in depth which York have perhaps lacked and suffered from the lack of at times this season. Bright just rushing that one. Probably had more time than he seemingly realised. Proved to be wasteful.
That was a poor ball in, under hit, and this gives Hartpury York the chance to break.
Break forward they do with Barber. Good sliding tackle though. Back down in York's half of the court, and Jonas now really on Hartpury to come out and press them higher. They need 3 goals in the remaining 6 minutes without response to go on and at least pick up a point. Looks unlikely. Malpaz had a problem momentarily. Divine did well to win the ball.
Jed, you're 7. That's you, mate. Jed. Jacob.
Cohen again just rushing things a bit there and drags the shot off target again.
Stretch it, stretch it.
Stopped short now, Hartpury maybe pressing higher. It was led by Desborough.
1v1.
Wilson, good ball across. Good challenge though then. But a poor pass from Richards.
Does really well to keep that in.
Kerwin. Time to play again. It's happened too many times for Hartpury so far today, Louis, when they just haven't been able to be pinpoint enough with the passes and not quite clicking for them.
Yeah, there's some unforced errors there as well. And York just seemed back in control of this game, moving the ball around nicely.
And again.
And kept in play really well again, that time by Monge.
Calm.
You can hear Junior Roberti in the background saying calm, calm, calm. And I think that's what's going to get them over the line.
They do look likely to get over the line from this point. The Hartpury goal might change the picture a little.
Fly. Jacob on the back, from your side.
Never impossible, but it looks improbable that Hartpury will come back from here now. Richards. Kerwin. Blocked by Barber that time. Eagleton it was, forgive me. Over the block.
Joe, your top man.
Did really well.
Joe, your top man. Jacob.
Tyson, and the goalkeeper had to make sure that that one didn't make its way through his legs.
Hold it.
Held on to it well.
Yeah, that's one of those horrible ones where you just pray it hasn't got enough to get through.
Eagleton there with the header for York, but it breaks back only for Richards. Strong and good challenge by Wilson.
Jacob, you're this side. You're this side of the fly. Rami, your top.
Malpass now changing things up and coming over onto the left side. It's the first time he's occupied this side in the whole game.
Rami, two across.
Kerwin. Back to Kerwin again. Kerwin round the corner by Tyson. Still in amongst the penalty area. It's sent goal bound and Malpass sends it wide.
But there was a great save there right in the middle of all that.
Yeah, stay high. Good luck.
Yeah, as we look again on the replay.
Tremendous
Jack Riley
save.
with the stop there. Important. Tyson managed to evade the sliding challenge. Kerwin, space to advance into. Corner.
Just a little bit late reacting there, but got the challenge in the end. Just 3 minutes to remain now to keep their concentration and focus.
Hale. Stood up well by Eagleton. Malpass. Well read and intercepted again by Veneroso.
And the team getting their full support from the bench as well. That's really important in situations like this when you have to work so hard and your teammates are supporting you and you get that encouragement and that just lifts you a little bit.
Urging the five on court ever closer to the full-time whistle. This would be a big 3 points for York in their battle for survival. Malpass miscontrolled. Riley will go for goal, and Riley very nearly found it. Close there to wrapping things up for York.
Got the length right, just the line was a little bit out.
Yeah, certainly not far away. Tyson has an injury concern as well. York, remember, at the moment, seeing this game out without their skipper, who was subject to an injury concern as well. Tom Blackburn watching on, supporting his team from the sidelines. They're nearly there. Wilson, no foul, says the referee. Kerwin again, York trying to win the ball back with Malpas making his way up, but here's Hale. Tyson, Hale ended up down, and Tyson via the touch on its way through, leaves the ball go up over the bar. Tyson, Richards, now Malpas. They've defended this really well, York. And again.
Just kept their discipline so well, just no one's diving in here, they're just doing enough to stop the play from advancing or to go backwards.
Effort on goal from long range again, but Richards was positioned to intercept that one on its way through. Kerwin now. Malpas, Tyson. Sees the ball taken away though. Hale, likewise robbed, and there's no goalkeeper there. Headed away though by Richards. We're into the final minute, and Malpas is the highest Hartpury player up the course. What a big win this is going to be for them though, and the confidence that it will breathe throughout their squad as well, Louis.
Yeah, I think this is a well-deserved win. They've worked really hard for this. They recovered from the start and they've established their game plan. They've been really consistent throughout it. They've fought for each other. They haven't panicked. They've defended the fly brilliantly, and this is 3 points that they well deserve. You know, every player has worked incredibly hard for this. And even there, in the last 40 seconds of the game, you're seeing the support off the bench. This is 3 points that York deserve.
And 3 points which, off the back of, they can take into their next league fixture as well. Against Manchester, you can see the determination on the replay there to stop Hartpury finding a consolation right at the end. Malpas, again, it's another sliding block. Malpas again, just 20 seconds remain. Again, there's no way through. Veneroso winning the kick in. Up next for Hartpury will be Bolton. Away in York in a couple of weeks' time. That's the task for them to respond, and it's a tough one after Bolton's win earlier on. Here's Hale. Hale will go for goal, it's against the post. And that sums up the frustrations of Hartpury today. With just a single second left, it is now confirmation of York's win. And a big win for them. It takes them on to 9 points with their third league win of the season from the 10 games they have now played. Really strong display from Junior Roberti's side. Goals from Jed Devine twice, Matthew Barber, and the own goal to add to that as well was enough to turn the game around after Sam Kerwin got the opener. York deserved that. Really strong performance from them, Lou.
Yeah, 100% agree. They got themselves together after the first goal, and after that and the equaliser, they didn't really look back. You just felt they were in control, even with the fly keeper. And I think this should give them a lot of confidence, as you say, going into that next game. They've got themselves away from the bottom of the table, and you know they'll be looking at the next game and thinking, right, let's go and have a go and see what we can do there. We play like this again with that confidence. I mean, at times they were superb, the way they kept the ball and moved the ball around against a more experienced team. But Junior Roberti and his team, they'll be proud of the 3 points. Definitely a very good performance from them today. Best I've seen from them all season, in all honesty.
Well, there are the results from today's games then. Bloomsbury beating London Helvecia 5-2 to take them on to 25 points at the top of the table. A big win for Bolton. They overcame Loughborough by the single goal to nil. It was a very close game. Bolton defended really well in that and got their worthy goal. Manchester hosts today, the top scorers of today by some margin, 10 goals in their 10-4 win against Wessex. And then that game that has just rounded things off, York with a big win as well, 4-1 over Hartpury. So then this is what it does to the league table, and it means that Bloomsbury are still 1 point clear at the top. But I think the biggest talking points in terms of the table really is the fact that Bolton are now level on points with Helvecia in that chase for the top 4.
Yeah, and it makes the obviously London Helvecia got a game in hand, but it makes that running now really interesting. Bolton, if they can finish with 4 wins, that puts pressure on Helvecia to be perfect in their running. So it's going to be an interesting run-in, and York have put a bit of pressure on Hartpury now as well. So that's, although Hartpury have got their game in hand, it's all to play for in those positions.
Certainly is all to play for. There's plenty still to play for. It's the battle for the top 4 and battle for survival down the other end of the table. Well, thank you very much for joining us today. We've really enjoyed taking you through today's action. And be sure to join us next time when the National Futsal Series heads up to the University of York for the fixtures, which will be broadcast on BT Sport and the Red Button. From me, Isaac Barrington, and Louis Melville alongside me, thank you very much for joining us today. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.
Goodbye.